sins in my mind. Sitting here where the lost souls unwind. Blood stains on the counter never fade. This is where the guilty come to trade. True Crime Cafe, where the secrets spilled. Every cup's a confession, every shot could kill. Underneath the neon lies a dark ballet. Dancing with our demons at True Crime Cafe. The barista's got tattoos of broken dreams. Eyes like a crime scene torn at the seams. The jukebox plays a dirge for the damned. In this twilight world where nothing is planned. True Crime Cafe, where the secrets spill. Every cup's a confession and every shot could kill. Underneath the neon lies a dark ballet. Dancing with our demons at True Crime Cafe. The coffee's bitter like a lover's last fight. The air's electric in the neon light. A place where lies and truth collide. Order a double shot and swallow your pride. Smoke curls up like whispers from the grave. No redemption here, no soul to save. Each table tells a story etched in sand. The True Crime Cafe, where the end begins. True Cafe. The True Crime Cafe. Coffee black like the sins in my mind. Sitting here where the lost souls unwind. Blood stains on the counter never fade. This is where the guilty come to trade. True Crime Cafe, where the secrets spill. Every cup's a confession, every shot could kill. Underneath the neon lies a dark ballet. Dancing with our demons at True Crime Cafe. The barista's got tattoos of broken dreams. Eyes like a crime scene torn at the seams. The jukebox plays a dirge for the damned. In this twilight world where nothing is planned. True Crime Cafe, where the secrets spill. Every cup's a confession and every shot could kill. Underneath the neon lies a dark ballet. Dancing with our demons at True Crime Cafe. The coffee's bitter like a lover's last fight. The air's electric in the neon light. A place where lies and truth collide. prison here, no soul to save. Each table tells a story etched in sand. The True Crime Cafe, where the end begins. True Cafe, the True Crime Cafe.
Welcome back to the cafe, everybody. Great to see you today. Happy Tuesday to you all. I hope you're all having a great day, a great start to your day at least. Hope everybody had an amazing night and slept well. Hope you're all doing well. Period. I appreciate you guys joining us, guys. We got another hearing in Idaho tomorrow. Is it a big one? Is it a small one? Who knows what's going to happen? But that's what I want to talk about. What everybody thinks may happen tomorrow with everything else that's just happened recently and the things that we've seen over the past couple months. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. There are all sorts of things going down in Idaho. So we're going to open it up today, guys. Open up the panel and have an open discussion in regards to what we believe could be going down, what has happened, put it together and see what we come out with, guys. Thank you again so much for joining me. And please, as always, make sure to hit that like button. Share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing. And you know what comes next. All right. Welcome back, guys. You guys are amazing, and thank you for joining us today. Very much appreciated. Good to see you all. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, good night, whatever it is, wherever you are. I hope it's good for you because it's great to be here with you all again. Thank you all so much for joining us. So like I said, I'm going to open this up as an open discussion today. We do it often. Open panel. Tomorrow's the hearing. We will be streaming that live, of course, as I try to always do. And today I want to discuss what we believe may happen. If there's going to be any surprises, maybe, which I doubt. And we'll discuss all the things that have recently hit, some of the stuff from before, and whatever else tickles your fancy in this crazy case that we've been following. We're going on 3 years now. So thank you guys for being here. And thank you for joining me today. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfy. I'm going to wait just a few minutes to get everybody in here before we get to moving. Because I'm telling you, there's a lot to see and hear. There has been. It's crazy stuff, folks. It truly is. Oh man. Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable. 32 peeps so far. With 22 likes, we're getting there. Slowly but surely. And welcome, everybody. Let's see who we got so far. Let me see. Looks like Alicia J. Hey. Good to see you, Miss Alicia. The Canadian Cat Lady's in the house from way up north. Great to have you. Chet Donnelly, welcome back to you. And Stitches in the house. Orders TV. Jackie Bushable, great to see you. SRBBBB, welcome back to you. CZ, welcome, great to see you. Phenomamom, do. Phenomamom, yeah, anyway. Good to see you, Phenomamom. Jesse Schul's in the house today. Great to have you, Jesse. Thomas Osaka, welcome back, my friend. Good to see you. Samira Dalby, always a pleasure. Miss Christina, great to see you today. Moonbreaker in the house. What's happening, my friend? Let's see. Doc's back. As always, great to see you. Gen 7, always a pleasure. I think that's all I see so far. Oh, no. Ricky Tran's in the house and the positive Miss Paula. Always happy to see you. Thank you for being here. It's an honor to have you all here, guys. Share it out. Let everybody know what we're talking about in here, what we're doing, and let's do this thing. Come on in, guys, please, and thank you. Welcome back to all the beautiful peeps. A couple new documents that have dropped. I shared yesterday. Nothing. It's all ceilings. They're still sealing everything, even though they weren't gonna, but they are. Come on down. All right. The Blue Crew's in the house. Good to see the Blue Crew today. Thank you so much for joining us. Always a pleasure. And remember, y'all, if your feet ain't moving, you ain't walking. Also, if you ain't chewing it, you ain't eating it. Remember them wise words of advice, folks. That's all I gotta say. That's right. Miss Alicia says it too. If you don't feel the tingle, you ain't tingling. These are just wise old words of advice, folks. Yes, they are. I love my crew so very much. You guys have no idea. Yes, Cat Lady. Willie did bet and confirm yesterday that William is a friend of Brian's for sure. He did. He called me yesterday at the beginning of the show. He may pop in today. Who knows? And I had asked him about it, and he said he knows him. There's the sassy one, Miss Cassie one. Good to see you, Miss Cass. That's right, SRB. See, they're all so smart, guys. If you ain't breathing, if you don't breathe, you ain't breathing it. You don't breathe, you ain't breathing. I mean, there's so many of these things you guys should know. Where's my tomboy and Miss Tandy at? Yeah, I don't know, Christina. I don't know if some of the people that he said things about got to him or if he just decided he didn't want it up there anymore. Either way, I still respect what he did and support what he put out because nobody else has done that. And that to me means a lot. Okay. Nobody has stood up and taken a place to support Brian as a person, as a friend, as all these people that don't know him, like that gentleman said, um, they don't know him, so they're making all these prejudgments on him and have no clue who he is. So I don't know if he took it down himself or what, but either way, I still support what he did, what he was doing, and what he said. Like I said, you guys, I said a long time ago, Brian absolutely could be guilty somehow. How, I don't know, but he could be. But we don't know that yet. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty, and they have ran such a smear campaign on this guy that if he does turn out to be completely innocent on this, what have they done to his life? What has the world done to this guy's life as a person? Think about that. The things that have been said about him. Yes, we're going to court tomorrow, Miss Tippy, and I will be here streaming it live. The part that is, I think the other part was canceled. I might be wrong. I'll have to double check the case summary, but I don't know. We'll see. Christy Nevada in the house. Good to see you, Christy. Thank you for joining us. Yesterday morning, Christine, I spoke with Willie yesterday morning, right before my show yesterday. Early afternoon, whatever it was. Absolutely, Miss Tippy. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you very much. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. Please get comfortable. We don't know if it was taken down or if he took it down himself. That's why I said it could have been his own choice to do it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I support what he did and why he did it. That's all that matters to me. Whatever happened, it doesn't matter to me. That's not my business. Clifton Mayo, good to see you. Paco Jewel 27's in the house. They don't care about Brian now, and they won't give a damn. That's true. That is so true, and that's the sad part. That is the sad part. Nobody will. Well, the people that have believed that he's innocent, and the people that have been on the fence, that believe in truth and justice, will care, but nobody else. Welcome, local last. Good to see you. Moonlit Baby's in the house. Good to have you here. Please hit that like button, guys, on your way through the door, if you will. There's Miss Tandy. Good to see you. That's it. Let's see. Candy Girl. Good to see you, Candy. Thank you for joining us. Let me see, y'all. Let's see here. Who else do we got in here? Brian was a member of American Meteor Society. I said that a long time ago, Phenomena Mom, that they had announced at Wazoo that there was going to be a meteor shower that night. So why wouldn't he be there to watch it? I didn't know he was a member of that, but that makes it even more interesting to me. Sky Blue, welcome. Good to see you. Just heard, a special investigator just hired by the state to search a certain area for the knife. Yeah, they've been working. The same guy that is Jason Jensen. He's a PI. Me, myself, and I believe him and a few others are working on trying to find a murder weapon, which would be interesting. 1 second, everyone. Come on in and grab a seat. Get comfortable.
Porcelain, cold and unstable. Bloodshot eyes hide in the fable. Truth buried deep under the label. Sour taste of lies in the brew. Shadows whisper what they knew. Stirring secrets thick as glue. Drip by drip the story grew. Fingers trembling smudge the stain. Whispers echo like a freight train. Lipstick smears but won't explain. What's left in the dark remains. Sour taste of lies in the brew. Shadows whisper what they knew. Stirring secrets thick as glue. Drip by drip the story grew. Fingers trembling smudge the stain. Whispers echo like a freight train. Lipstick smears but won't explain. What's left in the dark remains. Sour taste of lies in the brew. Shadows whisper what they knew.
And we're back. That was the missus saying hello and checking up on me. Sorry, guys, for the delay. All right. Come on in, everybody. Yeah, they've been looking for this. They've had a group of people together for those of you who don't remember, bringing, like, out searching for the murder weapon per se. I think it's kind of crazy, but that's me. Doesn't mean it can't happen. I'll be surprised if they find it. I'll be a little curious, and I will question it. I'll be honest with you. All right, guys. The link to join me up here on this panel is pinned at the top of the chat. If anybody would like to do that, please do. Love to hear your voices, thoughts, theories on what we talk about today, of course. So come on down if anybody would like to, please, and thank you. It's like we got 62 peeps in the house with 44 likes. We're getting there. Let's get this in that algorithm today, folks, if we can. Please and thank you. All we need is 100 simple likes, and we're there. Miss Paula says, leave your DNA on that like button. Yes, please do. And make sure to hit the notification bell. Subscribe to the channel if you have not yet, please and thank you. That way you don't miss anything we do. Let's see. And once again, I'm going to reiterate something here. I do this all the time just because I like to make it clear. This platform, this community, this channel is built with the intention of everybody being able to express their feelings, thoughts, and theories on things. Not yet, Clifton. I'll go back and check it. And not being attacked for it. So let's make sure we respect each other's thoughts, feelings, theories, opinions, everything that's stated. Let's not make snide remarks to each other. Not that any of you would, but I like to say this anyway. If somebody comes in here and they're acting out a certain type of way, they will be handled. Don't you worry about it, okay? My moderators are the best on YouTube, period. And the community is open to anyone that should choose to come in here, as long as they respect each other. That's how that works in here. If I have a guest on panel, you will be respectful to them as well, whether you like them or not. These are just the rules, guys. I just like to reiterate it every so often. And the community here does the best at all of that. So we appreciate every one of you guys being here. And please respect my moderators. Them people over there in blue are amazing. They do a great job, so make sure that you respect them. We're allowed to disagree with each other. Absolutely. That's what it's all about. But you don't have to attack anyone, guys. There's no point in that. It doesn't change anything. And again, if you come in here just to rouse me, why? If you don't like me, don't be here. And for those of you that come in here and then go report back to other channels the things that are said, good luck. That's kind of childish, but do your thing. If you need to, it is what it is. If it helps you feel better every day when you go to bed, then that's what you got to do. So be it. It is what it is. I see it all the time. It's hilarious. You're fine, Clifton. I don't think you've ever offended anybody, guys. People get offended when people sneeze anymore. It's like ridiculous. Miss JCJ is in the house. Good to see you, Miss JC. Thank you for joining us. So if you feel like you got to do that and come in here and then run back and report, that's pitiful, but do your thing. Like I said, anybody that don't like me don't need to be here. I love everybody in this community forever, period. I love the people. I love people in general, but, there's people that don't love me, and that's okay. You'll have that. No big dealio. No big dealio. I'll survive. Like I said, your feet ain't moving, you ain't walking. Listen, that's what I said. If they find a weapon after all this time, I'm going to have to question that. Come on. It just, you have to. You'd see. No, I know, Moonlight. You're a sweetheart. I know, absolutely, and appreciate you very much. Yeah, 100%. We would have to question it, guys, because that's just too much for me. I'm sorry. Friendly reminder, Miss Jen says you can block trolls on here, so you don't have to see comments by clicking on their name. That's very true. If there's somebody in this community, now I will say this first and foremost, do not block the moderators. We don't put up with that in here because there's reasons for that, okay? So don't block the mods, but anybody else, if you disagree with somebody, you don't like what they're saying, you can block them and they can block you. And that serves the purpose for that. It avoids confrontational bullshit. That's all. David Roke, welcome. Roke, did I pronounce it right? Roke, I hope, welcome. Good to see you. They will find it, put DNA on it, and call it a day. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, that would be hilarious, local. Why would you block a moderator? It is dumb, isn't it, Chip? They do it all the time. Mr. Shul, welcome from Thailand, my friend. Good to see you today. I love the football in the background. See ya.
Time to turn down the YouTube, but I got a new webcam. Can anybody see the difference?
A bit. Yeah, definitely. It seems to be a little more. It's like I got a wider angle, maybe. Yeah, it's a nice camera. It's a good picture.
When I do my YouTube videos, it looks like a big difference, and I was hesitant to spend the money to get one, but the company I work for demanded I get a new webcam, so here we go.
I had to get the first one I had was very bad, but the second one, it definitely changed up the way it. Yeah, it definitely changed up the way things look. And I can run in 1080p. The other one only ran at like 480 something. It was an old one. It was an old shit, I can't remember the brand, but yeah. Yeah, I see. There's a difference, Jesse. It looks good. Thank you for joining us today, my friend. Chet says it's a lot crisper. Alicia said it's slimming.
Slimming, good.
You're slimming.
Pay extra for that one.
There you go. Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's Dead, Floozy Mama, welcome back to you today. Great to see you. Great to have you here, as always. Yeah, Degucci tuning in all the way from Poland today. Good to see you, Gay. Kent Corbett, welcome back to you. London Blake, great to see you as well. Let me see here. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. We got 66 peeps in the house, 57 likes, you guys. We're rock and roll. I appreciate it very much. I don't know. I don't see anybody else yet that I may have missed. Anybody that's out there lurking, as you call it, thank you. We appreciate you just as much. And please, guys, make sure to hit the like button so that we can get this in that algorithm. We only need 40 some odd more likes, and we'll do that. That's awesome. So, tomorrow's the hearing, the half hearing, whatever it is. More crap has happened again, as always. What are your thoughts thus far, Jesse? And then we'll get into a good old conversation.
I hope we learn something from tomorrow's hearing, but one of the thoughts I have right off the top of the show, something that I've been kind of itching to talk about, is the green car theory, which is old news and everybody's put it to bed and probably everybody's tired of talking about it. A lot of people don't like it, don't like hearing it. You guys know that I've been a big proponent of it just because it makes sense. The proximity of that car being the neighbor's car, the fact that that car would have been driving by the neighborhood, and the fact that we now know based on, I think it's fair to say that based on some of the experiments I've done, and even Jeff H. in his attempts to debunk this theory, have shown that infrared cameras do show colors as white when they are not white.
Yes.
Hence the pumpkins. But anyways, I love Jules of all trades. Yes. Big fan of hers. Yes. I watch all her videos. So I hope she doesn't get mad at me about this. But I was watching her yesterday, and she jumped on this like it was breaking news or something. And she's hook, line, and sinker hooked on the green. She thinks basically this is going to be the break in the case, which I don't
think she had seen it before. The way she seemed to be reacting to it, I think
she acted like she had somebody had just passed this information to her, right, and she wasn't aware. And I guess that's what I was a little bit concerned about. And I think that's great, and I agree. I'm a big believer in it. I shouldn't say that I'm a believer in it. I'm a believer that it needs to be looked into. It's something that's well worth investigating. Yeah. Is my opinion of it. Sort of, I don't think there's any disagreements of how she feels about the car and how I feel about the car.
Right.
But the problem is, Mark B put out his video like a year ago, right?
Yeah.
And she's given credit to some guy who I've seen his logo around. I don't know who it is. I don't know anything about the person. Might be a fantastic person. But I don't think we should be giving credit to that guy who just popped on the scene when Mark B has, broke this a year ago.
Yeah, Mark definitely put it out there. I remember that. Well, I do know one thing from knowing Jules. She doesn't follow everybody. She doesn't watch everybody either. So I would venture to say that somebody may have sent it to her.
And I don't think she gets along with some of the creators that have really been all over this.
No, so she doesn't pay attention to the drama at all. That's one of the things.
So I understand how she could have missed it, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't mention the other creators, but I do think Mark B, because I don't think Mark B is necessarily even a creator, really.
Well, I mean, he became one. He was just a subscriber to multiple channels when it happened. But I remember when he first brought it up when I was, it was in Cluminati's channel last year. We were talking about it, and I blew it off then, like, well, whatever. I don't know nothing about that and this and that. When they were tearing the house down, and I was like, well, shit. And here we are, full circle. So yeah, Mark definitely deserves full credit on that, in my opinion. He's done amazing things with this stuff.
I shouldn't say he's not a creator. I mean, he puts out video. I didn't. What I meant by that was, aside from the car thing, he's not putting out videos on the regular about this case.
Right.
So the car thing is like his baby. That's his thing. He's the car guy, right? So
yes,
I think it's fair. I think it's fair to give him his dues for that. And I don't think it's fair for some new guy to come along and take credit for that theory. That's for sure.
No. I agree with you on that one. No, and like I said, if you don't know, you don't know. But if you do, then yeah, we all know that came from Mark. Mark put a lot of time and effort into that, and he's done some amazing things with that. And it's helped a lot of other creators to understand and see these things. Speaking of, there's his link right there, guys. If you want to go, you should go check out what Mark B has put out and videos he's put out on the Idaho 4 cars situation. he made some things that nobody understood make a whole hell of a lot of sense. And when I saw, hell, Sarge even took it and went, what? The wraparound license plate situation, it just was like ding, ding, ding. That light went on and the bell went off, folks. It was like, damn, bro. So
For me, listening to that interview with Dave when he said we might hit them up again at 4 a.m. if they're still driving around,
yep.
That was a ding, ding, ding moment for me. And I know a lot of people would be like thinking that's a reach, but the behavior of that car, it looks like a delivery vehicle. I mean, it's back and forth flying. We saw it during the demolition of the house going back and forth. It's highly likely that car, I shouldn't speculate on the likelihood. I should just say that it fits. It just fits. It wouldn't be a surprise if that car was one of those 4 a.m. delivery vehicles.
Right. Yeah.
That Dave was describing.
And now Pavarotti, Jay Embry, he's been working with Mark a lot too, and he's brought out some interesting things in relation to that vehicle, going along kind of with what you're saying, that I've found where I didn't used to watch him. And I've been recently, thank you to Tomboy and Miss Tandy, been kind of watching a lot of what he's talking about. And,
it's almost like Alex Jones in InfoWars or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, what's your threshold for how much of a conspiracy theory you can handle? But when they get proven right over and over again, it's like, damn, I might have to start paying attention to this guy.
And I have, my crew, most of them, Jesse, the moderators, they're really smart, and they go looking for these things. They're always trying to do whatever they can do to help this channel and to help the community understand things and so on and so forth. Always bringing me information and people. And I'll tell you, the first time I was like, I don't know what this, and then like 2 or 3 videos in, I'm like, wait a minute here, and that the card thing, and he gives all credit to Mark on everything. He's amazing about that. He gives credit to everybody that helps him with stuff. And that's the way you should do it. So I've been really watching a lot of what he's saying. Now, I don't believe everything he says. I don't look into everything he says, but you can pick apart pieces and parts of things that really, truly do make sense, guys. When we don't have a clue as to what the hell's going on, you go look at some of these videos and you're like, well, okay. That could make some sense too. I don't make it. You guys make me work late hours. I'll tell you that much. Because I can't stop looking at these things. Thank you, Christy.
Well, that's one thing that you mentioned that I certainly agree with is all these other creators like Pav and like Lana. They did make sure they gave Mark B his dues when they picked up that green car theory. They made it quite clear that this comes from Mark B. So I was just a little bit disappointed to see somebody else.
Well, like I said, she may have been
credit for that.
Yeah, she may have been sent that by somebody completely different.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying Jewel. It's not on Jules. The guy that sent it to Jules should have been more clear about that. I think.
I agree. Yes, sir. I agree, and that's a big thing, guys. We all work together as much as we can to some extent out here. Okay, I don't think anybody, but when somebody puts the time and the effort that Mark has put into that, every bit of credit goes to that, in my opinion. He deserves it all. So, please, guys, go like his videos on his channel that have that car and all that stuff in it. Show him that you appreciate the stuff that he's done. Because there's so many creators out here that do stuff that are very small. Some of them, like you said, don't even consider themselves creators that are doing this work. They're trying to bring truth to the rest of us that want to know the answers to these questions that we don't understand, and they don't get that credit. So, that's what it is.
Just to clarify, Jules is pretty awesome. I'm not saying anything otherwise. I hope she doesn't get. The last thing I'd want is to be on her bad side. But
you don't.
Truth be told, she's a little late to the party on this one. You've got to admit it.
Yeah, I was surprised that she hadn't known about it. I'll be honest with you. But like I said, I know her, and I know that she doesn't pay attention to a lot. She focuses on what she's doing. She doesn't just look at everybody that's out there doing stuff. And like I said, people send things to her. She decides what she's gonna choose to cover or not cover, look at or not look at. And I just feel like it came to her probably late in that aspect because she's on point with everything she talks about. I've always thought that. I've always respected her to the highest level possible. She's really good at what she does. So, and I'm grateful that she's in this community, and we have people like her and Mark B and Pavarotti and all these other creators that we can all kind of bounce off of and understand things to an extent. You know,
Absolutely. And the last thing I was trying to do was say
yeah, I
anything
know,
negative about Jules.
absolutely.
And even the guy that she mentioned on her recent show. I mean, that creator might be a perfectly fine, outstanding individual as well. I just thought
Oh yeah,
Mark
yeah,
B's name was mentioned sort of in passing, like he was one of the guys who had a look at it. But in all fact,
he created it. Yeah,
yeah, it's his thing.
that is his baby. No two ways around it. So yes, agreed. Welcome, Miss Noni. Good to see you today. Great to have you here. Nothing, Candy. Uh, yeah, Jules is. I've learned a lot of things from her. When I first came out here, we kind of came out around the same time, roughly, and she's done some great things. I'm very grateful for her. And like I said, Mark, we'd have never known that, you guys, if he wouldn't have done what he did. I wasn't looking at that. I wasn't looking for that. Never thought of that. You know, seeing that car, you see it in that video when they're tearing
It's
the house
amazing.
down.
It flew under the radar for a year.
Yes.
That video was on YouTube for a year, and then Lana sort of ignited that fire and brought it back to the forefront.
Yes,
And she gave him all the props in the world for that as well in her video. But
great for that.
you know,
I agree with you. How did it go by? Like, well, again, I think it reignited because of all the newer stuff that came up, and it was dead quiet about that for a whole year. And I looked at it a year ago, and I was like, yeah, well, okay, it is what it is, you know. And I didn't give it the attention that I probably should have then. I regret that, of course, but here we are. And again, very grateful for Mark, because nobody would have looked at that. You guys, think about it. I wouldn't. Jesse wouldn't have. Sarge wouldn't have. Any of you probably wouldn't have. It would not have been pointed out. We didn't ever went looking for that. You know what I mean? You know, we look at the things that are pointed out to us, and so there it is. Great points. Great points. Absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot I've been watching lately. Jules, of course, I've always watched. Lana, I love Lana. Outcast, I've been following him a lot. I've even Pav, I've been following him. Birdie, I started watching some of his stuff too because he's pointed out some good things too. He kind of reignited a little bit of the 4chan stuff and had people looking at that again. I did it a little bit, but not like he did. And he brought some other things to the surface that makes you ask questions. So there's some good creators out there that are trying to bring truth, folks. And that's what this is about. In the end, I know that's what Jesse's about. That's what I'm about. The rest of you are about. It ain't about Brian Koberger. It ain't about who did or didn't do it. It's about finding the truth in the case as to why, at some point, yes, who, but why everything has happened the way that it has. And what the hell? There's Willie.
For me, it's about the establishment, the mainstream media, and the big channels on YouTube lying to our faces, feeding us horse crap and expecting us to swallow it up and tell them it tastes good. And it's got nothing to do with Brian Koberger for me. No. Willie knows him. I've never met the character. He's just another guy to me. But I want to know the story with the roommates, the all the things going around on the peripheral of this case. It's too much of a coincidence. Kaylee being there, invited there for one night out, and that was going to be the last chance to catch her at that house. Mm-hmm. And after the Dave interview, putting in perspective how much illegal activity was going on around that, attached to that house, that's way too, and none of that has anything to do with a Ted Bundy serial killer type. It just doesn't fit. None of it fits. Nope. And I'm not going to sit there and suck up information from mainstream media and pretend it makes sense.
Not at all. Not at all. And we shouldn't be expected to. That's what they want us to do, but we shouldn't be expected to do that, folks. If we have, by the way, Willie, there's a link pinned to the top of the chat if you want to join us, bro. We have our own minds. Okay, we have our own minds, and we should be able to use those for what we want to use them for, whether we choose to go this way, that way, up there, down there, whatever it is. And that's why I love the people in this community and Lana's community and Jules' community. because we all do that. We all look at things and try to see what they really are. We read between the lines. We're not falling for the bullshit anymore, and we try to break it down and just be commonsensical, folks. That's it, and that's where it's at. And that whether it happens, okay, that's the problem, because a lot of us believe that it's not going to happen, that there's not going to be real justice in this case. But at least we know what we see, and we're able to differentiate what we believe should be true justice, in my opinion.
And the world has changed. Things aren't like they used to be.
Yes.
They say now that the difference between the truth and a conspiracy theory is about 6 months. And the reason they say that is because so much has been uncovered by people like us, doing their investigations, putting it out there on YouTube. Look at all the stories that have broken in the last since COVID, during COVID, regarding COVID. We know that we're being lied to. It's been proven now. So if you're not asking questions, you really got to wonder why.
And Jen's right. She said there won't be unless people push back. And at some point, folks, we need to. We have to. This is kind of, in a way, what we're doing right now is pushing back, because we're sick of it. We're tired of the bullshit. We're tired of being fed, through a tube, the garbage that we're supposed to believe, and just accept that. Okay. But, when is it enough? This is our country, for God's sakes. Okay. Just because we don't run it doesn't mean that we don't deserve it to be ran the right way, and the laws to be followed, the Constitution, that's basically in some senses turned into toilet paper nowadays, because they don't seem to care anymore. No, we got to stand up for that. We have to point out the things that are being done. Nobody's going to do it. And there's a couple handfuls of people that never will. Okay, that's fine. There's enough of us that will. Mainstream media is a joke. Okay, I don't even watch world news anymore. I watch my local news to see what my weather's like and what's going on with sports locally, because that's what I care about. Besides that, I don't care what the hell. I learned it here, guys, and that's that. I'm tired of people, the world, thinking that we're sheep. Like Marty said, we're not sheeple. Okay, we need to stand up for what we believe in and what's right and what's wrong. They're not going to do it. Okay, we all know the mainstream media is fed scripts. They're paid to read stories. They're stories. They tell stories, and they tell it the way they want them to tell it, and that's all there is to it. We never find the truth out until we find it out here. So, welcome, Summer Thunder. Good to see you. Welcome, CZ. Agree silence equals complicity. Amen. Sweet and Salty, good to see you. Kim Young, good to have you here. Holly Bobo's another one. Well, we've seen so many of these things. Look at the Karen Reed situation once again. The Delphi situation, okay? The Flora 4 situation. It's all been spoon-fed to us, and it's all bullshit until we see the truth that's in there. You know what I mean? So it's very sad that it happens, but at least we know that we have each other and we have these abilities to do this. That's all I'm saying. If we didn't have this, can you guys imagine? And think about that, guys. For how many years have we been fed all of this because we didn't have the internet? It's amazing to me. It makes you wonder what all had gone on in the past. Welcome, Simply Solo. Good to see Yinzal. Vivian P, always a pleasure. Good to have you here. Micro Blue, great to see you as well. Wade's in the house. Good to see you. Summer Thunder, always a pleasure. Miss Kim Young, Marty Fodrell. Wait a minute here. I want to make sure I didn't miss nobody. Looks like we got 95 peeps in the house now, guys. Please make sure to hit that like button. Vivian P. Welcome, Willard.
What's up, fellas?
How are you? What are you doing? How are you?
What are you doing? All right. Just chilling.
Chilling.
What you guys doing?
Pre-hearing discussion, open panel. You know how that goes. The day before, we're going to talk about what we've seen up to this point and what we expect, maybe we'll learn tomorrow. And if anything's changed, not changed, you know how we do it, bro.
Yeah, I heard something's going down tomorrow. What's that about? How are you guys drinking your tea or coffee simultaneously? That was cute.
My coffee is flown in from Italy, Willie.
Is
He's
it?
been telling me this for days. He's pissing me off with this. Getting his Genoa salami and cheese from Italy.
For days.
This dude's a lucky man, and he's not even here. He got family from Italy that he gets his stuff from. I'm like, damn it, I can't get none of that good shit. I love
Have
it
some
though.
Greek coffee, dude. You'll be up for a week.
A month. Yeah, you only need that much. They drink it in these little cups about that big, and it's
Yeah, they're
like
weird, man.
syrup. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they let it all like sink to the bottom, so like the coffee's still in there, like making your shit stronger. I don't know what the.
It is beyond. My aunt's boyfriend, he used to drink it. He's like, here, have some coffee. And I looked at the cup and I'm like, what the hell is this? Like a tea party?
Yeah, until you
Take a
drink
drink of it. Yeah. Ooh. The hair stands up all over your body. I'm telling you right now.
Hell yeah. But anyway, so what should we learn tomorrow?
Are we going to get a continuance?
That's
That
the big
could
one.
be something that could come out, right?
Yeah,
Gotcha.
that's a big one because of the Dateline bullshit and the, well, that's something else we should discuss. Is we have another one. I showed you the trailer for it yesterday or the day before, Willie, if you remember.
Oh yeah.
For the One Night in Idaho thing, there's another one that's coming out. Is Hitler going to react to that as well? I doubt it, but who knows?
Yeah, but like I guess my question is this documentary, whatever thing, gonna have information about evidence that the public doesn't know about? And
Well,
you know what I mean?
That's a good point. Here's the thing:
Well-
is with it, there's witnesses that were part of the crime scene. Hunter Johnson, Emily Onstadt, all these people that were there that are speaking out in this show. How is that allowed?
Yeah.
You know, that's my question with that. I don't know, Jesse. Did you have any thoughts on what your feelings are with that kind of a thing? Did he freeze?
Does he?
Froze. I think, unless he's really sitting still. He did freeze. He froze.
Hold on a second. Somebody just asked me to chat up, and I don't know that I watched I was in the chat watching your live yesterday, and I saw the couple videos that kid made.
William, the William
William.
127 guy, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told them that you had said that you knew of him and that,
He got a mouth, man. Tell you that.
well, he was a Marine. He claimed that too. He was a Marine and he don't play. And he said he's just basically he's tired of seeing all the bullshit coming from people that don't even know the guy.
Yeah, and like I don't know him personally, but actually I shouldn't say her last name, but his sister was in my grade since I was in freaking like kindergarten, dude. I remember like kindergarten, first grade. I remember like her being like in my school, so she's been up in that area the whole time I've been, and then so like. And then if you I don't know if you've Googled it, but if you Google Heckman's Orchards.
Yes, I did.
So you see how Heckman's Orchards is right there off 115, and literally a mile up the road is Brian's house.
Right.
And then right in between that's the CVS.
Yes.
So his family or her family, I'm assuming their brother and sister, their family owns that orchard, and they've owned that for a very, very, very long time.
Yeah.
So it's a good possibility he's not bullshitting.
I wouldn't think that he would be. I mean, the way he was acting and he called out certain people, I can't imagine why. What are you going to gain from doing that? You know what I mean? I mean, it could be, but I doubt it. I do. I don't know. Let me see. Yeah, I'll show you guys real quick what Willie was talking about. It's in I think it's an Effort. Is that true, Willie? Effort, PA.
It's Effort, PA. It should come up as Route 115 because it's literally like right off the road.
Yeah.
Come to think of it, those videos probably got taken down for some of the language and some of the
of
the things he was saying.
Well, some of the people that were called out could have gotten angry about it and said no, and you know what I mean. So this is the place here.
Yep. If you go to the map, I don't know if you could bring it up like on the map.
There, Route 115, Effort, PA.
There you go.
330. So yeah.
So that orchard's literally right down the road from where Brian's parents are at.
Right.
Which would make sense that that they're friends because they're right next to each other. What's up, Kane?
Yeah. Would make sense. Hey, Kane, how are you, bud?
Yo.
Good to see you.
How you doing, Will?
Yeah, Tandy's saying he was speaking truth, and some of them probably got their feelings hurt, and I could see that happening. But hey, like I said, that's the one and only time, other than Willie, of course, for anybody coming out and speaking out and saying, "Hey, you don't know him. You can't say these things about somebody you don't know." And he gave his opinion that people will take it as an opinion. He couldn't have done this. He's not that person, whether it be physically or emotionally, so on and so forth, or mentally. I'm sorry. And I was like, well, there you go. And I think a lot of us feel the same way as what he described. So
yeah, well, everybody has their breaking point,
Isn't it odd that News Nation's not banging down his door for an interview?
Yeah,
I think they could get the exclusive on somebody close to Koberger, but something tells me they're just not interested.
Well, maybe it's because he didn't say anything negative. Gee, I wonder.
Exactly. I tried to tell everybody, man, for 3 years that Brian isn't that dude. Like, he's not that dude, like mentally or physically, to be able to pull this off. Now that
How
guy.
How many dudes are that dude? I mean, like,
I don't know.
Honestly, I mean, there's not that many dudes out there that are
somebody
that
with some training,
to say.
Exactly, some John Wick individual. Only because it was done with a knife. If it was done with a gun, anybody could shoot somebody. But because of how it was done, you got to have some kind of skill.
Yeah, and he even made a statement in there, and it made me. It made some sense. Okay, he said he was a Marine. Okay, and he said that he couldn't do that with a K-bar with 4 people. Okay, and I think he was trying to make a point with that. Okay, being that he was a Marine, Brian wasn't. Okay, Brian has dyspraxia. Brian has medical issues and health issues that will delay some of that and yeah, by yourself and 7, 8, 9, 15, whatever the fuck the minutes are now. They've changed it so many times. Yeah, I think that was a good point for him to make. So
absolutely,
it needs to be heard, folks. That needs to be heard from Willie's one man saying this for almost 3 years now. No.
Yeah, and people just people have gotten. I'm like a broken record, but I'm not going to deter the truth. You know what I mean? I have shit to lose, so I don't go full crazy this guy's calling out everybody and this, that, and the third.
Right.
I got shit to lose, man. So I just sit back, hang out with you guys, and just tell you guys little tidbits of information that I find out that I find valuable. That's all.
Right. That's it. And that's what it's about, guys. Is all we were trying to do, like I said before, is find truth in this, show some truth in this, bring some truth in this, because it ain't been put out there from the beginning, folks. We've been lied to about so much shit and so many things. Once again, how many times has the state's story changed? Can we count them all? But how many times has Brian's story changed?
Exactly.
So just saying, guys. So yes, tomorrow we're looking to hear about a continuance. The other part of it, I believe, was the alternate suspect situation, which we're probably not going to hear that at all. That's the closed section, I believe.
Right.
I don't know. Kane, anything to add to any of this thus far? I didn't let you speak yet. I'm sorry, bro.
No, you're good. How's everybody doing today?
Good. Good.
Like your camera, Jesse. You broke the last one with your good looks, huh?
Yeah, well, the new camera and the old computer were fighting, so my whole machine just shut down and started buzzing there for a second. But I was about to disagree with the Dago if I'm allowed to do that. Am I allowed to do that on this show?
Give me a break.
Yeah, do it all the
so
time.
You said that is Hitler going to care about the new hit piece? And you probably remember, I don't know if people in chat remember, when we were asking that from the Dateline, prior to the Dateline releasing, and people were saying, is Hitler going to do anything about this? And I said, yeah, I think Hitler's the kind of hard ass that this makes him look bad. He thinks it's an embarrassment to his court. And I think he's going to flip his lid over that. And he did, right? And most people didn't agree with that sentiment at all.
Yeah.
Why would it be any
that
different for
dateline
this
didn't
hit
have
piece?
all, yeah, but if that dateline didn't contain all the, like, if they just went over the basics of the case and everything the public already knows, I think that piece would have been absolutely fine. It's what they said during it and the details they gave out, in my opinion.
So the next question is, do you think that this next hit piece is only going to rehash stuff that everybody already knows?
That's
or is
what
it
I
going to
think.
have new tidbits of information that people shouldn't be putting out there?
I don't know. I figured people learned their lesson, but maybe not. I just figured it'd be kind of everything we already know. But hey, who knows?
Well, I think this was actually filmed prior to what the whole Dateline, all that
think they've been
pushback
putting
from the
this together
Dateline thing.
probably. Yeah, they've been putting this together for a while.
Yeah,
So the only people that could react and try to protect themselves would be the people that were being interviewed. And if those interviews took place 3 months ago, then that's all. I mean, I don't think the networks themselves are worried about this. It's just the people that are bound by the gag order.
Mm-hmm.
We do have some new people there was a new girl that was in the house by the name of Josie, that we never heard about before, that could have been on the 911 call, could not have been. I don't know. And she's added to this, but these are witnesses that were there speaking out about their experience the day after, during, whatever. Hunter Johnson, Emily, that Josie girl, like I said, and there's other people that they have in this that are speaking out. So we may get something new. Is it going to change anything? I don't know.
Well, you know what they say about liars: let them talk.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, because there's always
and this, in my opinion, this 911 call story that they're pushing is a lie. It's all based on lies. There's no freaking way, in my opinion, in my less than professional opinion, that those kids had no idea what was going on. I mean, the thing that nobody really talks about or doesn't get talked about enough is the concept that Xana was drunk, so we had to call the neighbors. Xana was one of 4 people in that house. What about Kaylee? What about Maddie? What about Ethan? They were never even mentioned on that call. They mentioned everything else. They mentioned that there was a guy in the house. They mentioned that Xana was drinking. And it just slipped their mind that there's 3 other roommates that haven't been accounted for. There's just no way. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, I'm just not buying it. And the more they talk, they're going to be interviews with all these girls, and they're going to be like, yeah, I think we were being stalked, and this is what happened. And they're going to say things that let the cat out of the bag, in my opinion.
Well, that's one thing that bothers me. It's been requested by multiple people in here for me to play this again, so I will here. But that's one thing that bothered me, and I'll point it out to you when it's said that Emily states that we were all being stalked for months and didn't even know it. What? And where did that come into play with this? When did that become a thing? Okay. That's never been talked about. We all were told by the state more than once and the defense that there was no stalking. But now this is going to be this is once again, in my opinion, jury tainting. Okay. You're tainting the jury by saying stuff like this. And they're trying to drill this stalking theory into everybody's minds. Whether it's been disproven or not, they keep talking about it in different variations of ways. You know how that works, you guys. We know how that works. You can't take it back once it's put out there. It's stuck. We all know exactly. With the Dateline bullshit. They can, everything, we've all watched it at least once, or most of us at least, okay, or scanned through it, okay, and it's all stuck. Everything that we've heard or seen it's there, just as much as it would be with the jury. You can't take it back. So,
yeah, they've literally doubled down on the stalking thing, where Bill Thompson in court literally chewed the guy with the survey out, saying that you knew that was a lie. That it's literally like, you've just admitted that you have lied, and then on top of it, now you bring back 23 instances of stalking. That's doubling down on your lie.
They go from 12 to 23. Seriously.
But when you want to talk about liars, we have somebody that released this DoorDasher video and they claim that they got the name from the DoorDasher ID. And I do Uber Eats, you guys know that. And there is no way that you would be able to contact Uber Eats or DoorDash and get somebody's name from their Dasher ID. So the interesting thing about this new hit piece on Brian is going to be we're going to hear from people we haven't heard from yet.
Right.
And that'll give us the chance to analyze their speech and what they say, try to connect it. And there are some already anomalies, and that has brought us further in this case away from their ridiculous narrative, is by hearing the actual people that were involved talk. And so I'm looking forward to that. As far as tomorrow, I guess they're going to have a closed hearing till 2:00, is around 2:15 supposedly, and then it'll be interesting to see what we get to hear in the discussion after the hearing after that.
Yeah. Yes.
Do you guys know? I thought I heard you say that the guy's video was taken down.
I don't know if it was
not
taken
up
down or
anymore.
he took it. We don't know what happened with it, but he either took them down or they, something. They're not there anymore. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I wasn't surprised at all. And YouTube has done, or this platform, sorry, has done a really scrutinized. They went through, and you have the ad liability or whatever. They hit like 12 of my videos at once, like going back a year and a half.
Yeah.
Wow.
For the ad liability. So all but 3 so far have come up clear.
Okay.
But the one I did, the last show I did, I'm still waiting to hear about. So it's like they're literally riding me like a borrowed circus pony at YouTube. I apparently they're doing it to everybody. Miss Peterson posted something about it also as well. So I don't know if you guys have been affected.
I've had a lot of warnings for certain things, but I try to carefully pick apart certain things. It's a lot of work in some senses about what you can put out, what you can't. And I gotta wonder if YouTube has been warned about this situation and has been approached.
I gave up.
Yeah, Willie had a lot of problems.
Yeah, I went live like a few times and I was like, fuck this.
Yeah, they definitely have restraints on us, okay, as creators. That's a fact. Now, certain creators, if you're a big channel and this and that and everything else, and you're making them a lot of money, they seem to let them go by the wayside. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
But us smaller channels, they watch us and they pick apart little things here and there. So I do the best I can to make sure that certain things aren't said or shown or talked about or whatever, and the warnings and all that bullshit that goes with it. But I still get hit here and there. It's a thing.
So let's try this. Let's brainstorm as the prosecution right now. Let's put all the bullshit aside, this, that, and the third, and let's talk about what our case would be against Brian Koberger, because they're obviously putting on a case, right? So
yeah,
let's talk about what we think their direction is
going
to be.
That's a good idea. We'll do the. Don't worry, guys. I'll still run the trailer, but this is a good idea. I thought this was a good idea because
you have to paint the picture for a jury, right? They got to paint some kind of picture.
Yes, and this, I think all the 4 of us here specifically believe that the state doesn't have a case. Okay, and I think we all feel the same way. If not, I don't mean to speak for you guys, but.
Well, I think they have a case, but I think it's all based on logical fallacies and smoke and mirrors.
Yeah.
It's like a magic trick. They have a magic trick, but it's not a solid case.
Right. Yeah. I mean, they have something or they wouldn't be there. But I'm saying I think it's all garbage in my opinion. I don't know, Kane, your thoughts, and Willie, and then we'll get into what Willie's saying.
Let Willie kick it off, and I'll counter on that.
Well, I'm just saying to put our heads together, because at least we have the Karen Reed case going on, right?
Yeah.
And at least in that case, they manufactured evidence, right? The broken taillight pieces, the this, the that. At least they like planted shit to like, put on a trial.
Make it look good. Yeah.
Yeah. Here, right, we don't really have much to go on. So when you're talking about like opening statements, right, promising the jury what you're going to prove, in the case. My question is just, to you guys is, what pieces of shit that they already, kind of have, are they going to put together to make this try to work?
Willie, I don't know how closely you followed the Karen Reed case, but my opinion of Hank Brennan is he wasn't really putting on much of a case with solid evidence. It appeared to me that his strategy was to confuse the shit out of the jury.
But the reason why that is, and he did it in the first, and that happened in the first trial too, is because the other side, the
facts were on their side.
No. The Alberts, the McAlberts, and all them. Basically, what the prosecution did is they're putting on a defense for them. They're basically proving, look, she didn't make this Google search that time. This Brian Higgins wasn't here at that time. That's what like the prosecution's focusing on, and instead of, proving Karen guilty, right? So they have a reason to kind of like go off course. In the Brian Kohberger case, right? Do you think that the prosecution might get ahead on the alternate suspects? Because that could be a possibility, right?
Well, in what way do you think they could get ahead? Let's go there.
To try and say that they're accomplices. Like, well, Hitler already made a comment, right? When they said this couldn't have been done by one person, Hitler retorted in the court and said, well, he could just have easily done it with somebody else. Doesn't mean he's innocent. I can't remember his exact words, but you guys all remember that, don't you?
Yeah. But they presented their case. The prosecutions presented their case as if one person, Brian Christopher Kohberger, the only suspect, did this. So they can't come back out and take that, Willie, I don't think, and flip that around.
They did it. They did that in the Karen Reed case. They changed the time of death and everything. They completely changed their case or changed their story in the middle of the case.
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, that's what I thought was the big issue. Like, well, yeah, you're right. Now that I think of it.
Well, they shouldn't be allowed to do that. Is the other thing?
No, that's the point.
But Judge Cannoni wasn't going to stop them, and whether Hitler stops them is another question.
Yeah.
But when it gets down to the brass, right, as far as evidence on Brian Kohberger, let's talk about that. The evidence they have on Brian, to put on a case. So
I think they're going to focus on ad hominem attacks. Look at this guy; he's a weirdo. Look at him. Just look at him. He's a weirdo. Surely he must have done it. I think that's going to be their strategy, and that's a very effective strategy for unintelligent people. Like,
but you can only do that in like the opening or closing statement. I'm like, you can't just point at him during the trial and be like, look at him. That's going to be
but you can present evidence of this girl said he was awkward, or when he was, all the evidence that they've been putting out about him and all the hit pieces we've sort of seen is designed to attack his character and make him look like a weirdo.
Yeah, and like
I understand, but being a weirdo, if you have two people in that jury that were called weirdos or called whatever back in their days or even today, that's not going to work. I'm talking about
that's what I'm hoping for, Willie, is that somebody that has gone through bullying or that maybe somebody else that's on the spectrum or somebody that's different or has not had luck with women or whatever. Okay. That's why I said that hit piece, the Dateline hit piece, in my opinion, actually could help Brian, okay, on the defense side, because they showed that Brian is not the incel that everybody tried to portray him as, that Brian was sought after by women, that he denied, that I'm not into you.
Yeah.
I don't want this. So he's a normal guy. And they showed.
Rich, in my opinion, because again, Rich came on my channel, which is small, and it was just like a kind of a conversation in the stream that wasn't even meant to be, for him. where like now this William guy, you know, I haven't heard any detail about his experiences with Brian. I just hear, you know what I mean? Where Rich goes into detail, talks about stories, goes into, you know, like his what's it called? How he responds to certain things. All that shit to me is way more important than some dude screaming he knows about. I don't care about that, dude. I care about how Brian was in situations where I'd blow up, you'd blow up, somebody else would blow up, and he just brushed it off like nothing happened. Like when they, you know, dropped him off in the middle of a blizzard a mile and a half away from his house, had to walk home. He didn't get in a fight with this. He didn't freak out. Nothing. You know what I mean? That to me, that shows a lot of restraint that person has.
Yes.
You know, so
Agreed.
like, you know, that's why like Rich's account of Brian is 10 times more informative than this dude just claiming he, you know, is friends with Brian. I want that guy to come out and talk about, you know, things him and Brian did and what they talked, you know, stuff that Brian talked about and this, that, and the third. That's what's important, not this guy screaming about who he doesn't like.
He claimed in the one video that he was going to do a forum. So if he's going to, I'd love to find it. And he's going to talk about that, I believe. But you're right. You're right. Those are the things that need to be. I mean, he saved a woman's life one time. Does that sound like something that a mass murderer or a killer would do? Save somebody else's life? I mean,
or let the person die so they can, you know, finally see a dead body in person. Like,
that's exactly it. That's why I would love to hear, because everything we've seen, I always forget her name. I remember I had told you I wanted to talk to her, Willie,
Casey?
the girl, Casey. Okay.
Yeah.
I promise
I'm sorry. Yeah, dude, listen, if you really want to talk to Casey, I'll get you in contact with her.
I do. I want to talk to her, and it doesn't even have to be on here, but I want to talk to her, and I want to hear what you just said. Tell me who Brian is. Tell me the Brian you know, okay? That's what I want to know, because nobody knows that. All we know is what they have smeared and propagandized about him from the day he was arrested all the way up to this point.
Just imagine how many of those interviews ended up on the cutting room floor because it doesn't fit the narrative. When they've gone around and interviewed people at WSU, gone around to Pennsylvania and interviewed people, anybody like Rich or this recent guy, or anybody who had anything positive to say about him, just cut that right out of our special. We're not showing any of that because it doesn't fit our narrative. Like before I start, I just want to say Heather's comments, beautiful. I agree with you, Heather. Love to see those comments.
But yeah, like Brandon Andriola, right? Yes. So I'm assuming. Yeah, so I'm assuming that's a defense subpoena him.
That was one of the subpoenas. One of the guys they subpoenaed was Brandon Andriola. Yes.
Yeah, and he's gonna Brandon is gonna get up there and say the same shit that I'm saying, the same shit that Skylar Jacobson said, the same shit Rich said, the same stuff that all these people who have come out and talked about Brian, other than these people that are like, you know, his students or knew him for like a week or saw him once in, you know, somewhere that are saying, oh, he looked creepy. Oh, he did this. He said I had thick thighs. If you talk to the people that actually knew him for years, who's talking bad about him?
That's it. They haven't spoke to those people. And anything they have, I promise you that anything that Casey said in that interview that was positive about him was cut. Period. I guarantee it.
Yeah, same shit Fox did to Rich. Every time Rich tried to, you know, talk about, you know, what Brian really was, you know, they cut him off and this, that, and the third. And you heard the uncut version when I spoke to him. And, you know, Brian was just a regular dude.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and that's the William 127 channel guy. He hit on that a little. You know, he said he's a non-confrontational person. Mentally and physically, he couldn't have done this. He's a nice guy. He's a good guy. He said things like that. Okay, but nobody else besides you and what Rich said on your channel have said that. They won't allow for that to be on mainstream media.
Oh no, they won't report it. No.
That blows my mind, because how many other cases have we looked at, you guys, where they have had people pop up and go, I can't believe that this is the guy that did this, because he did this.
It just happened. The guy that just shot 4 lawmakers and killed 2. Right?
That's absolutely it. But they will not do it in this case. They have cut, clipped, and destroyed any information that comes out like that to not allow the public to see it. And that's insanity to me. Insanity.
That's crazy.
Welcome to CD podcast. Good to see
Well,
you.
they did. They talked to Skylar.
Yeah,
You know,
Skylar Jacobson, right?
You know, and Skylar said they just would jog all the time, and talk and whatever.
Well, they have a guy in this new. I'll show it here shortly, guys. Once we get through these parts of the conversation, but there's a guy in this new trailer that says, I don't know what else he says, but there's a point where he goes, "I can't believe it's him." I know that guy. You know what I mean? So what else does he have to say? Did they allow it or did they cut it? That's what I'm talking about.
And this Italian coffee is great.
You're killing me. You're killing me.
Making love to it over there.
And now he's doing it on purpose, you guys. You know he is.
You guys mind if I jump in?
No, please. That's why you're here, bud. That's why you're here.
I think Rollo said it very well. Desperate times require desperate measures, which is where the prosecution stands right now. I think that this 127 guy said more in one sentence than the prosecution has said in 67 terabytes of deepings. We get a better picture of who he is instead of all the lies. I think that Hitler's reaction in response to that is it's just a show pony. He's doing what would look best in the public. It just, oh, what a shocker that this got out there and we got it there. I want butts. I'm going to get butts. And it's all an act. In the end, we know for a fact that none of these people, even if they are found out, are going to be punished beyond, at the worst, possibly losing their jobs. And when it gets to the trial, as far as how the prosecution is going to present their case, they're going to lead with the sheet, clearly. And then they're clearly intent on sticking to this car thing. A car that looked like his was seen in the area and speeding away as the crimes were happening. So what they do when they come to that point is just say, well, never mind that. Let's look forward, moving forward, circling back, and they kind of divert the attention away. And so it'll be interesting to see if he allows them to get away with that. And as far as the alternate perpetrators, they want to completely eliminate that from the trial.
Of course.
What on earth would lead? Well, we know that they didn't investigate it, so why put it in the trial and then call attention to yourself for your shoddy work? That's
going to be interesting, though, Kane. That's a good point, because if they bring anybody from the state side into this, that gets brought up. Did you investigate this? Why didn't you? Did you look into this? Did you look into that? And why not if you didn't? That's going to be important for the jury to see. And if they do, which I know Anne, I pray to God she does, is going to bring up the other DNA that was never even run through CODIS, never even looked at, never even talked about. Why didn't you do that?
Oh, you mean the blood DNA?
Yeah, yeah. The actual real DNA that's out there, okay? Not the
What a bullshit. Dude, this is crazy. Just that fact alone, that there's two other profiles of blood DNA that they were just like, we already got the guy.
If you weren't paying attention,
Well, do you guys believe that they've been working on that DNA and have a match now?
No.
Well, that's...
I mean, the defense maybe, but not the...
That's what I'm saying. The genealogy specialists on the defense... I mean,
right.
The court documents do show that they were granted access to one of those DNA samples, the one under Maddie's fingernails, right? The defense had to get that DNA in order to rule out Brian, because there was that discrepancy about inconclusive or actually ruling him out. So their experts have had access to that DNA. Now, if they can use genetic genealogy to match that to one of their perps, there's no holding that. If they've been able to do that, you can't hold that out, right? That's going to have to come in.
Don't forget that how hard it was. Sorry, Jacob. How hard it was for them to get that. It took 23 motions for them.
How hard it is for them to get anything in this case.
They can't get shit.
Well, I got to wonder, just going back to what you said real quick to answer that maybe. maybe that has something to do with the alternate suspects. Maybe they worked that out, broke that down and figured that out. I'm sure they were working on it. Sarge claims, he sees 7 different pieces of DNA that were not in total, and most of them weren't touched. So if they broke that all down and they did find somebody that relates to the alternate suspects, that's going to be interesting to me. I got to believe that there was some kind of foundation.
Well, think about it. They said they got one from a tip, right?
Yeah. She said she got a tip that promoted, two suspects with the possibility of 2 different weapons or something like that, she said. I'm probably wrong, but
yeah,
but that's what I mean. That's interesting. Sorry, go ahead, bud.
I was just agreeing with you. What Lucy said here, I tried to pin it because I thought I was on my show for a sec. So since EC's legs were carved, does anyone think that EC would not have made sounds that literally animalistic that happened to him? I mean, also as well, you have allegedly Kaylee being yoked 20 or 55 times, and we see from that YouTube Vegas video, what horror really looks like. Because that lady's face, if you freeze frame it, you couldn't even replicate that in a horror movie. That is the real deal. And then she lost her life.
It's very horrific.
And I think it's so obvious to us that none of the material that they presented adds up. And for her to pass by what's called by Kathy Mabbitt a bloody butcher scene. Sorry about that.
You're all right.
For her to just be able to walk by that, and then I cannot for the life of me remember where I saw it, but some creator was saying that when the first responder walked into the house, the smell of the iron from the BLLD was overwhelming. Like you couldn't even stand it.
Yeah, I said that a couple years ago. And when we learned, here's my thing. Thank you for bringing that up real quick. When we learned that Hunter, Emily, Dylan, Bethany, Josie, and whoever else decided to jump inside that house that day went in there, there's no way they walked through that door and didn't smell that after 8 hours of 4 victims.
They walked in twice.
Yeah. Well, I think more than that, Willie, because I've been on scenes myself personally where it's one person that's been there for a couple hours and the smell will hammer you right in your face.
I still contend, and people have argued with me, but I contend that they had to have left that house.
I feel like they could have. Yeah,
because
like they could have.
And also in the trailer for that new hit piece, they say we met them outside the house.
They were sitting out there with this. Yeah, right.
Yeah, and they also described that they only some people go into the house. So, the timing of the 911 call, the fact that it happened at noon, I really feel like they left that house in the middle of the night and returned in the morning with the intention of staging that 911 call. That's just the way I see it. Because the alternative to that is they stayed in that horrific scene, knowing what happened, smelling what they smell, knowing what's in the rooms, the other rooms. And it's very, people want to make excuses for these delicate young ladies. Delicate young ladies aren't going to want to stay in a house full of corpses, in my opinion.
No, and I don't know about the rest.
But they will run out, not knowing if there's 10 other, people out there with knives. They will run out a minute or two after seeing a killer and run down the stairs to their friend. That's what they will do.
Yep. And truly
frozen shock my candy ass.
They very well could have left and went next door to get those 2. Okay. And came back with them after they sat and said, what are we going to do? How's this going to, what's going on with this and that? Because it's just the fact that he ran directly into the house when he ran up there and grabbed a knife immediately tells me there was a different conversation had. It wasn't just Xana's passed out. She was drinking. I don't know what's wrong with her. Bullshit. There was a different conversation had, because I'm sorry, but Willie, you've partied. I've partied. Jesse, I know you partied. Kane, we've all done it in our day. At that age, if somebody came to you and told you, hey, one of my roommates has passed out, she drank too much and she won't wake up, the first thing you're going to do is go up to that person and shake them and try to wake them up, and then you dial 911. You're not going to go grab a knife. Am I wrong?
Well, additionally to that, the fact that nobody's talking about Ethan, Maddie, and Kaylee,
Right.
not just Dylan and Bethany, but all the other people that arrive on the scene that
Right.
are going with this theory. Oh, Xana's drunk and passed out. Oh, really? Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Xana, drunk and passed out. Where's Maddie? Where's Kaylee? You don't hear that from anybody. Nobody says anything about Maddie, Kaylee. Maddie was hammered the night before. We saw that at the grub truck.
Yes.
Anybody that knows those people probably would have heard that Maddie was really drunk last night. Nobody's asking about her. How likely is it that of all those people, nobody had questions about the other 3 roommates in the house? It's not likely at all. It's almost statistically impossible.
Jesse, to add to that, you're right. Thank you, Chappie, so very much appreciated, boss. I appreciate that. Why is it that when Hunter went in there and checked on Xana and you hear him say, get out, get out, get out, he gets on the 911 call? Why doesn't he say anything about Hunter on the bed? I'm sorry, Ethan on the bed. Why is that not even spoke about?
Why does not one person say anything about blood, bro? I've listened to like probably 100 911 calls since that came out. Every single person mentions blood. Everyone.
Well, there's no blood. There's, oh my God. He doesn't get on the phone and say, oh my God, there's blood everywhere. Ethan is on the bed. He's just, none of that's talked about. Why?
Pretty much at 4
Yeah, pretty much at 4 o'clock. That's what's talked about, or cut off, I should say. I'm sorry.
When you talk about lies, though, now this thing with the DoorDash driver, you have the DoorDash ID and all that, right? And you wonder if she is being railroaded by the prosecution with all the charges that she's facing, and they're staying on top of her to testify that she saw him. Because here's the thing: everybody says there's no way that she saw Brian. He was there at a different time. However, when I'm doing DoorDash, a lot of times I'll have 2 deliveries at one time from different restaurants, go to the thing, and I'll finish up. And I'll drive down the street because people don't want you to see them coming out to get the stuff in their underwear. So I drive down the street and I'll stop and I'll look at my phone and be like, do I want to press go here or do I want to drive to, whatever. I'll catch on my text. So it's possible that maybe she drove down to the end of King or the end of Walenta and just sat there and maybe saw somebody drive by. So the fact that this person released that video and claims that it was their work that brought them to that conclusion is obviously clearly not the truth. Because there's no way that DoorDash is giving up that information. So that begs the question, where the F did it come from?
Yeah, 1 second, bro. See, I can't write, for some reason my the StreamYard doesn't let me write in chat. But I see somebody arguing, and it says, ask Willie on panel or do your own research. What question does somebody need to ask me? Is there...
what I'm looking at right now, I see somebody said to answer...
I just can't... I can't write in chat. I'm gonna
Willie, if you look on the right-hand side of StreamYard, there's private chat and comments. You have to click over to comments.
I'm on comments. I saw what was written. I just can't. I can't respond. So it's
maybe if you go to just YouTube where the show's on, then maybe
about how William knew
these questions here.
About how William knew BK. I already said I don't know if William knew Brian or not. All I can vouch for is I know William's sister, and they have a family orchard a mile away from where Brian lives. So it seems like a good possibility that.
Okay, here's the thing to answer GCD. Just because the guy's older than him doesn't mean he wasn't a family friend. Maybe they went to the orchard all the time and his family went to the orchard and that's how they knew him. If he lived in the area, he did go into Marine Corps. He came out. Maybe he moved a little further away. I don't know, but the guy's claiming he knows him. Willie said he knows who the guy is. Okay, that doesn't mean that he knows him personally. I'm trying to. Right, so he knows his sister. That's what he said. But the guy's real. He's not somebody fake saying that he's from that area. Blah 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 blah. That's true.
Yeah.
But the guy is speaking out.
Especially with the last name Heckman. Like, if you hear anybody, let me just tell you this: if you hear people with the last names like Heckman, Frable, Kresge, stuff like that, they're most likely from up in that area.
Right. Well, here's the thing.
Burger's a big one as far as like being up from that area. Burger.
Right. He may have moved out on his moved into a different area, but he's still in that area. GCD. It started out there and moved a little bit further away. From what he stated, I know what you're saying because the guy gave his address.
Oh, he did.
He threw his address out there. Yeah.
Where's he live? In Effort?
No, he lives. The address he gave was for
Sailorsburg.
Hill something Hall. One of you guys, one of the mods know it. Something Hall, PA. Not Mill Hall. Mills Hall.
He's a motocross guy. I saw all the trophies, and then I saw the hat he was wearing and had a fox thing on. So I don't know if he's like a Travis Pastrana kind of guy or whatever.
Mill Hall, PA is the address he gave now.
I don't even know where the hell that is.
I think that's what it is. I'm looking for it. Furnace Road, Mill Hall, PA.
Mill Hall. Huh.
17751.
Never heard of it.
And he put it out in the end of the video, and I was like, "Well, that probably wasn't smart."
No,
but,
maybe that's why the videos got taken down.
It could be. He doxed himself. You know?
You don't want to do that.
He doxed himself.
There it is. Yeah,
JLR will be there by tomorrow morning.
And it could be
out front live media.
I'm surprised he's not there already, standing in front and go.
What I found interesting, to be honest, listening to him, was that he knew a lot of current details, like up to date details.
Yeah.
Well, it's quite clear that he follows all these creators too. So.
All of them. Yeah, he knows 10 times more than I know about what creators are saying. So he's into this 24/7. It seems like, if he's watching all these people.
Yeah.
Did anybody catch Lana or Lonnie last night and Bella?
I didn't get to watch that one. The other one.
She had a really, I thought, bombastic analysis from, I believe, from one of the students at WSU, that they did a test with a dummy hand, and they had DNA on the hand, and as far as what would come back when you touch the snap.
Wasn't that UC Davis? I think it was UC
Davis. Okay, thank you. Yeah. I was trying to keep up with it. I was watching two shows at the same time, but anyway, the transfer DNA matched what the court has on record for the amount of DNA. In other words, it was comparable to if somebody had touched somebody else and then transferred. It was that amount of DNA. Whereas if somebody had directly touched it, it would have been a much larger sample. So I thought that was pretty good stuff.
Yeah. So it seems like he moved away from the area if he's in Clinton County, because Monroe and Carbon County are the two main counties up in the Poconos. So he must have moved away from the area, I'm assuming, or he's given a bullshit address and he's not stupid.
Another thought I had too, that he was just saying that to kind of show, you know what I mean? Maybe because I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have put my real address out there. That's crazy.
Yeah, but my question is, who's he putting his address out for? Like, who is he trying to get in a tussle or something? I don't understand.
That's how he put it out. Like, if you don't like what I'm saying or whatever, and then he threw his address. I'm like, oh well, okay.
He seemed pretty confrontational. Like, nobody's gonna touch Brian, or you'll have to deal with me.
Exactly, and that's exactly, dude. And that's why I just been chilling, because I have a daughter. I got shit to lose. I'm not gonna come out freaking out and crazy like this, because it's not worth it. You know what I mean? Going to jail over these people on YouTube that you're never going to see in real life, or you know what I mean? They don't even, it's not worth it.
I did like his point that when he said he wasn't capable physically of doing this crime by himself, despite being a Marine. And it made me think, we haven't heard the defense calling it seems like the defense should be calling a witness that is a trained killer, like a Delta Force or a specialist a military specialist whose job is like a trained killer, trained to kill people for the government, and get them on the stand and say, listen, how difficult is it to take a K-bar knife and pull this off, and have them say, I'm only aware of half a dozen people in the military that can do this, or something along those lines, right?
Well, hopefully Ann does that, because correct me if I'm wrong, but the prosecution had their own expert or whatever go, do like a reenactment and stab 4 people and said it was possible. But in my opinion, they had all these 4 people sleeping in a bed.
Yep. They just did a standardized, like a blanket version of it. They didn't do what actually probably happened, where you have people fighting back and you have this and you have that. You know what I mean? I don't think that all happened like that. So,
somebody that's 6, how tall was he? I mean, that picture you brought up of him, he looks pretty damn tall. Is he 6'4", Ethan?
He's a big dude. I can't remember exactly, but he's bigger than Brian for sure.
6'4".
Yeah, so just Ethan and himself, even with nothing in his hand to protect himself, like, that's going to take you, and that's going to wear you out, man. Right. So, like, I don't know. If you're planning this, you know who's in the house, you know what you're up against. The fact that you're not going to go after the biggest person first, it just doesn't make sense. So you go to the 3rd floor.
And I'm going to tell you right now that out of the 4 of them, I promise you, I wasn't there, I don't know, but I can promise you that Xana and Kaylee both fought them to the death. Fought back to defend themselves, because there's no way. First off, Kara said her daughter she doesn't play. Okay. She said she's a scrapper, blah, 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 things like that. So there's no way in hell that she didn't. We know that with her fingers. And Kaylee's a Goncalves. So think about that too. Okay. Yeah. And he said that himself. So that's time consuming in itself. I've always said that.
Unless
multiple people,
they didn't see it coming, because they knew the individual.
Well, there's that too, but I still feel...
Got to keep in mind, it had to be pretty quiet for Dylan and Bethany not to hear anything.
You know what I'm saying? So I always said, man, this...
Unless there was multiple people and somebody held them at gunpoint or something and said, don't move or whatever. You know what I mean? I mean, that's another theory that was out there too.
Yeah.
What they've tried to do is make the surviving roommates above reproach.
Yeah.
You almost, technically you feel bad investigating them or saying anything where they could potentially be involved, but when none of it adds up, you have to ask yourself, what are these people, what's their role here?
Yeah.
Right. And that's, go ahead, bud.
We had talked about with Jen on Criminal Confidential that that hotel where they allegedly went after is actually off-campus overflow student housing.
That's crazy.
The one across from the bank?
Yes, sir. Yeah, by the whatever.
I can't think of the name of it, but yeah, I know what you're talking about, right.
So what are the chances that they have a friend that has a room there and that they were back and forth that night in the morning?
What are the chances they had their phones?
Who?
They have done a forensic analysis, because the last time I said it, I got tore up that I wonder if they did the forensic analysis on their phones.
Well, I'm talking about the night or whenever they let them go stay at the hotel. You think... I bet they let them keep their phones.
But wasn't Kane speculating about the night the night of the crime that they were at the hotel?
I don't know. Whenever they let them go to the hotel.
After.
Yeah,
you're talking about the night after.
So he's talking about the next day that they let them intermingle with the rest of the kids there, and they all sent them all together to these hotels together and all of that. They probably did keep their phones.
Because
With
There has
Moscow,
been a lot of talk that that hotel room might have been available to them and might have been involved somehow the night of as
But I'm
well.
talking about not getting a warrant for their phone is, I guess, my point. So, like, you know, I'm
Not right
I want
away.
to see if Ann can, because I want to hear, because again, dude, you know, if these are just ditzy, you know, young college girls and stuff, and they're like, oh, look, you know, we got away, they didn't arrest us, you know, and they're texting all their friends, you know, because their adrenaline has to still be like obviously pumping because, you know, four people were just murdered. So they had to have been wanting to talk to everybody about this. So I want to see their texts after, you know, and during, and you know what pictures Bethany, you know, took at, I forget what time it was.
Oh, the ones that Dylan was in there like cropping and playing with and all that. Yeah,
it was a minute. It was a minute worth of pictures she took.
Well, at some point though, that the Hitler's document states that she was cropping or photoshopping.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah,
that too. But I'm talking about the first or second set of transcripts we got. It said that she was taking pictures for a minute straight.
Yeah, like that's a lot of picture taking for a minute. Come on.
Well, I mean, just think about it. If you take your phone right now and see how many pictures you could take in a minute, and you can take a lot.
Yes, you can. You can take a whole bunch if you think about it. 60 seconds does not go by very fast when you're hitting a button.
Yeah, especially if you have the shutter thing on, dude. You could take like 1,000.
100%. Were they taking pictures? I always wondered that too, Willie. Were they taking pictures of the scene and sending them to other people saying, oh my God, this is what happened here, blah, blah, blah? Or were they sending them to somebody in particular?
I mean, when you just have a girl that just came down to your room, she's freaking out because she just saw, you know, a murder. She just saw her friend basically dead on the ground, and you're worrying about taking pictures. What else are you taking pictures of? Yourself? You're not going out.
No.
You already went out.
I got another question about Dylan. She claims to have drank all these tequila shots and a Borg and all this stuff. And I don't know about you guys, but I find it hard to concentrate on my phone and take, you know, I can talk and walk around, but texting and pictures and cropping and job application apps, probably not going to be my strong point after drinking that much. And it sounds kind of like it's a cover story to me. Like, has anybody witnessed, is there any proof that Dylan drank what she claims to have drank?
Yeah. I'm sure they're going to have like receipts and stuff from the bar, no?
Dylan's not even old enough to be in a bar, I don't think.
Oh, okay. So they all drank at like.
So she's claiming to have played a drinking game. I believe her drinks are accounted for in a drinking game and a Borg and I can't remember what was champagne, shots.
And I bet you
there's a long list.
Well, I bet you that they have no idea what their BAC was because they were never even tested, I bet.
Probably not. Probably not at all.
Crazy. I'm telling you, dude, if it was any of us guys up here in their position, they would have fucking took our DNA. They would have took our blood. They would have, oh, man. And they're just like, oh, you want to go to a hotel? Here's your phones. Oh, my God.
Yeah, and that like everybody, and we said this the day Sarge screamed about this, the week we started covering this, like they should have taken each and every single person that was there when they arrived, sat them aside, put them in a car, separated them immediately, swabbed each and every one of them, interrogated each and every one of them.
Yeah. I mean, what happened to the normal interrogation shit that we see where they separate two people, they tell one that the other one ratted on the other one, and you know these girls aren't going to know, and she would have been like, oh, so that's what she said? Well, here's what really happened, and I'm sure they could have got to the bottom of it.
It did not happen that way, Willie, and I think there's a reason.
Great point by Vivian, by the way.
Further on that point, Willie, sorry. Further on that point is even if it was a 30-year-old or a 40-year-old woman that had gone 8 hours without somehow going to the other rooms and checking on the other roommates.
I'm getting more. I'll be right back.
Nobody would buy it. It's just because it's within this millennial electronic device world that they're able to sell this story. But listen,
Yeah.
in that house, you can literally hear a murmured conversation from first to third floor. So instead of saying, "Hey, Kaylee,"
Dylan said it, right?
What's that?
I would like to respectfully disagree with you, Kane.
With what?
Is that all right?
Probably not.
I don't think that their ability to sell this story is based on the millennial, the generational thing, because I don't think anybody was buying this story from the beginning. The only reason this story has been successfully sold is appeal to authority, and and basically the mainstream media put it out, endorsed it, and then people absorbed that, and they're like, well, that's exactly what happened then, because that's what the people in authority are telling us. But prior to that, in the beginning, even all the reporters in the press conference from day one were like, what? They didn't call after 8 hours? Why? How come? What? It doesn't, none of that made sense until they were told why they should make some sense out of it. They were told that by people in a position of authority, and they ate it up. If you try and go and tell anybody, including millennials,
now they're victims,
this story, and they are not aware of this, people that don't know about this case, and you tell them there was 2 girls found in a house with 4 dead people, and you tell them the details, and then tell them they called at noon the next day, they scratch their head and they're like, what? Nobody thinks that's normal, regardless of millennials.
How dare you, Jesse Schul? That's a good point.
But the thing you can go on the comments and read thousands of people that write that they are victims and not witnesses or whatever.
And they'll chew your butt off.
Those are the kind of people, though, that believe what they're told to believe. They're not thinking independently on their own. They've been told to believe this, and they just, the same people that wear 3 masks while driving in their car during COVID.
There's still people that wear masks in their car. It's crazy. But yeah.
Well, I mean, let's call it what it is. You have 2 girls that have been in one of the largest crime scenes in the history of Idaho. And instead of just being, hey, Kaylee, or walking it right there, they're using their phones to text them. Oh, no response. She must be asleep now. And so then, instead of checking on them, they're taking pictures. And so, dude, what are they taking pictures of? I'm going to say they're taking pictures of the crime scene. I mean, nobody's really ever said that. But, it is what it is, right?
Yeah, I've definitely thought it. Immediately, I thought it. Were you sending somebody else saying, hey, this just went down here? Jenna McClure. There's a text from her saying, do I need to come pick you guys up? Bro. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but then she also contradicted herself. That's a good point, Dago. She said that she didn't think it was, or was it Emily that said they didn't think it was that big of a deal when she called?
Yep.
So which one is it? Do you want to pick her up, or that's why I think it's going to be very interesting with this hit piece as far as what these people say and how it matches up. Hopefully we can find some discorrelation here. Sorry.
Wanting to pick somebody up from an active crime scene is wild, bro.
Yeah.
Wild.
These people, they everything is wild about this. Willie, think about it, dude.
I'm just saying, dude. That's a little extra.
You're right. Let me ask you gentlemen another thing too, real quick before we go further. But we got this new DoorDash driver now. That footage, and I mean it's been out for 8 months, but still, this is 2.5 years into this. But still, we have that. We have all the text messages. We have the 911 call. All these things that have come out in the past 2 months. Why now? Why not 2.5 years ago? Why did they wait and hold all this stuff back for this?
They're still manufacturing their case.
Thank you. That's exactly what
it's a factory, literally a factory, Jesse. That's a good point. And very convenient timing
because it's jury time. That's why it's almost jury time.
Actually, yes, they do, Vivian. everybody calls each other bro, period. I've seen it. My kids do it too. My daughter calls me bro sometimes. So,
What?
yeah, it's a thing. Girls call each other bro, whatever.
The day my daughter calls me bro, we got bro.
She's 30 though.
Well, somebody brought something up that I thought was quite interesting, that bro might just be right over, because millennials also use those short form, right? BRO, be right over.
It could
And
be, yeah. That's a good point.
I'll come pick you up, bro. Be right over.
Right
you
over.
know,
Could be.
I think she sent her a picture and she responded, bro.
That's what I thought too. Like, bro, do I need to come pick you guys up? That's how I took that.
but it was immediately following come pick you guys up. You know, when you put it together with come pick you guys up, be right over makes a ton of sense.
One of the questions,
you guys. So how did she? So there had to have been a conversation then. You guys, how did she know it was only? How'd she know it was? You know what I mean? Like, how'd she know who she was picking up and what the details were?
Yeah, there was obviously that conversation, Willie, about me and Bethany are here, and maybe that's what it was. Maybe like these pictures.
But how do they know? Okay, but she only saw Xana passed out. Why at that point do they think everybody in the house is dead?
I don't believe that she only saw Xana passed out.
Oh, exactly.
I don't believe that. You know that you don't believe that.
No, I know. I'm just saying. I'm just going by the story. The story doesn't make sense because in that case, that'd be implying that Emily knew that it's only her and Bethany she's picking up, and something happened to all the others.
Bingo.
That's what I'm saying.
Because I'm gonna tell you, I've said this before a couple times. I'm gonna say it one more time. If any of that statement in those text messages is true about Bethany going and running down to, or I'm sorry, Dylan running down to Bethany's room and all that, I don't believe that's how that went down. What I do believe, though, may have happened. Yeah. If we're going to call any of that truth, this is my version of it. What I see happening is that she walked out there, didn't run, but walked out there, looked over and saw Xana because it's 15 feet away from where she was standing, and it was dark. I'm going to say that. Said, Xana, is that you? Xana, is that you? You all right, Xana? No answer. And walked over to her and shook her even possibly in turn, and she didn't move. Okay. And at that point, you saw Ethan, you saw the blood, you saw what happened to Xana probably, and the wounds, and staying with Ethan. And then you went downstairs. That's what I believe happened if that scenario went down that way. There's no way in hell that went down the way that it was stated in those text messages or in that document. I'm just saying, I don't believe that. I don't.
Absolutely not.
Well, one of the things that Lana's been on about is apparently Bethany didn't text anybody other than she didn't send any texts to
the roommates,
Ethan, Xana, or Kaylee or Maddie.
Right.
And now she called them, but people of that age, you call somebody, they don't answer, you text them, right? Because a lot of people just don't answer calls, right?
Well, here's the
thing. If you want to.
Yeah, but the minute Dylan gets downstairs, why isn't there a text to Xana? Hey, are you okay? I just saw you passed out. Or then a text to Ethan. Hey, what's up with Xana? Is she okay? Where's any of that?
Well, kids don't call people anymore. Is what I was going to say, Jesse. If somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, no. I mean, texting is the preferred method of. I know tons of people that calling them on the phone directly without texting them first would be like hitting on their mother or something. I mean, you get in trouble. I mean, there's certain people I know that you just don't call them out of the blue like normal people used to do. You have to text them at least and ask them if it's okay if you can call them if they're busy.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to this hit piece because, like I said, they're lying, in my humble opinion, and the more they talk, the more it's going to expose. Sunlight is the best disinfectant, or it's going to be illuminating. They're going to say things that dig themselves even deeper, in my opinion.
Yeah, I love that quote. That with liars, all you got to do is just let them talk. The thing that lingers in the back of my brain hole on this one is whether or not they were able to or have recovered I'm assuming it was photos from the Snapchats, because we all know how it is with the thing where they disappear as soon as you send them and this kind of thing. So it'll be interesting to see, obviously, the pictures and also as well if they ever saw the Snapchats. So go ahead, Willie.
Yeah. We'll see.
Yeah. No,
oh, nothing. I was saying hi to Jason.
I still, with the Yik Yak thing, I have to push that lends credibility to there being some type of broadcasting of this thing going on, as we've all seen with the Grub Chucks videos and all this stuff now. Jen, my co-host there, she has long been going on, and we're like, yeah, Jen, whatever, about the pole in the back of the house. And Douglas Outlaw from Backwood Beats and Outlaw Rhythms, please subscribe to his channel. He's amazing, does amazing music. Even said, and he's an electrician guy, and he even said, when we showed him a close-up picture of the pole, there's this wire that wraps around it in a sort of a serpentine fashion. And then there's some type of odd device that he says looks like something used to broadcast. But the way that the wire is wrapped around the pole, if I can find it, I'll present it to you in a minute, Dago. It's an amateur job at best, total hack job. It's not. A professional lineman is going to put a line straight up and down a pole. It's not going to wind around it, right? And so to further upon that, and I'll share the picture with you too. I can find that, is directly across the street from 1122. Basically, when your back is to 1122, the dumpster is on the right, and just to the left of that, there's a shed. Now, the shed is just a small, like a lawnmower style shed, maybe a little bigger, and it has full electrical box on the side. So she wondered if possibly this was some type of police substation, which is why the police were able to arrive so quickly. I know it's a while. I got Jesse's eyebrows together again, but it's a viable thing. Here, it sounds crazy, but let me show you the pic.
I'm trying to break it down in my head. That's why I'm making the face I am.
Well, okay. So when we talk about this is possibly a trafficking thing,
okay,
and that these girls were forced to do like a voyeur dorm type of thing is the end result of that.
That blows my mind. Why would anybody think they were forced? I mean, you got girls making millions of dollars a year on OnlyFans. Oh, I guess we're not supposed to say that, but yeah, I don't think anybody has to force them.
Can't say that.
Apparently, you're not allowed to call it that, but
I did not know that.
Yeah,
I know there was a lot of people on campus that I was sent a lot of stuff on that back in the day that were running. All right, Randy, no problem, brother, and welcome to the team, bro.
Well, I've said it a few times. There's stats out there that say 1 in 10 women aged 20 to 30 is making money somehow off of
especially college campuses. They make a lot. They have a huge income. Okay, and I mean, it is what it is. There's nothing bad about it. It happens all the time now. It's a normal thing. So, it's not victim shaming. Okay, this is something that if they did it, they did it. That's their business. It is what it is. It doesn't matter. They did it because they needed to supplement their income in some aspect, I'm sure. It doesn't make anybody a bad person. So no, there's nothing bad about talking about it, in my opinion. And if that's the case, it is what it is. But go ahead, Kane. I'm sorry.
No, I'm looking for the picture, guys. Going. A lot of girls aren't even making money really doing that. And then some girls, they sell their bath water for $50. They're
socks that were worn,
or their toenails, or their pictures of their armpits.
There's some strange folks in our lives out there that walk around us day after day, folks. I knew somebody that would sell her socks after wearing them for a week, and she would make $200 off of it. No lie.
I wish I could do that. Believe me, that'd be the first thing I would do in the morning. I'd be sealing envelopes.
I'd be buying all sorts of socks, bath water. Yes, I've heard that before too. That's crazy. It's so gross, but it's crazy.
Yeah, what do they do?
I think it's common enough that you can't stop us from talking. You can't say it's
very common now.
Out of bounds to talk about it when it's happening so often.
Here's what's happened, Jesse, is that all the taboo things in our lives that everybody would hide. Okay, everybody hid it. Tandy, everybody hid it. and they didn't talk about these things. This is shit that has gone on in different variations for years. Now it's just out. Everything's okay to put out there now, to be politically correct or whatever you want to call it. It's because this is what they do. So be it. But not everybody wants to know about it, obviously. Still, people, and I think Jesse, when you made a statement a while back about something Steve said about certain things that people were going to find gross, that could possibly be it right there. That some people, and said some people are going to get drugged through the mud and people are going to think it's gross, that some people were doing stuff like this. It's very possible. Okay. I'm not saying that's what it was.
Something's going to have to come out to explain that comment. And let's not forget that she just bought that, what was it, a Range Rover, and she was making a big move to Texas.
Yep.
And then Steve also in the interview with Drunk Turkey and McDonough started talking about she was getting her future, like her stock portfolio and her finances, and she was planning for her future that way. Right. So in addition to having the brand new, or not brand new, but newish secondhand expensive luxury car, she's also got some cash in a portfolio for her future.
Which, she had $100,000, right?
Is that what she had?
Yeah,
there was a lot in there, from what I understand. It was
she had $100,000.
You don't save up $100,000 working at a bloody coffee shop.
And how old is she? Exactly, bro.
Not part-time.
That is
so
ridiculous.
That's why I've always been suspicious of the 100,000.
And you're getting drunk and having such a rich social life as well.
Well, that's what pissed me off about the whole GoFundMe stuff. Is you have, Steve makes tons of money. The family's well off. Then you have your daughter, who that if your child dies, they have money in an account that goes to the family. It's like
multiple bank accounts. Yeah, there were multiple bank accounts, by the way.
Yes. So is that her?
I'm going to say that if she had $100,000, that's got to indicate that she was.
Or is that Steve's money?
Doing something along the lines of either OF or something nefarious.
True. It's not really relevant. I understand. It's not really relevant to the case itself, but in the background, it could explain some other things that could have been brought to the surface because of those things, is why I think people talk about it. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's hugely relevant. I mean,
in that aspect.
She did have a boyfriend. So, I mean, it goes to the motive, right? She just broke up with her boyfriend. And if she's selling photos of herself, then, that gives him more motive. Is that Ethan?
That is Hunter Johnson.
Yeah. Okay. So if you scroll your mouse wheel, you might be able to zoom in on the pole in the background. And this is the image I was telling you about, how it wraps around in a serpentine way instead of straight up and down, where you see the other wires are doing. I don't know if you can zoom it up a little bit for the folks to see it all.
Actually, can you send it to me and a link to it in back chat, and I can blow it up and bigger on the other side? Just take it.
In back chat I can do it? Yeah, okay, sure.
Link it in back chat, and I can throw it on the other screen.
I downloaded these. I'll have to upload them to my my Google Drive. Hold on.
I don't think I can make it any bigger than like right there. Oh, I do see what that coil. Yeah, I see what you're talking about there.
Yes, and then I'll do that for you here real quick. But if you go to the second pic, you can see where the pole is and all that business. And then on the third pic, you can see the antenna that I was talking about that is on top of the pole. That is what Douglas Outlaw said. So what I'm saying as far as the broadcasting goes is that it may have just been a local thing. Because what we've discovered in looking into these politicians and higher ups and presidents of universities is they're kind of sick effers, aren't they? Right. Yeah. So would it really shock you if it was some type of boys club where the college students that are put through this house are obligated to cater to the needs of these men?
Well, nothing shocks me today.
Not even that, dude. But there's websites out there that you can go to that. Hold on.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around this $100,000. You
There,
save up
Yeah,
$100,000
right.
working at a coffee shop. You party. You put gas in your vehicle. You
No
drive
way you're
around.
saving
You eat
$100,000.
food. It's
Unless,
impossible.
well, unless one, it was given to her, right? Or two, she got something happened in her childhood or something to where she had a what's it called, a trust from a
Hey, careful,
lawsuit.
But we've already been through this with Steve G. He said because I never heard the figure of $100,000, but I heard that she had, obviously I was aware of the vehicle, and I heard that she had some money. And Steve's been asked about this, and he said she was a hardworking girl that saved up. And he was offering an explanation for this money, and he wasn't saying she got an inheritance or an insurance settlement. He didn't have an explanation for it other than she just hardworking girl who worked at a coffee shop, and that's bullshit.
Hey, Dago.
Hardworking girls who work at a coffee shop.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I'm
save
getting
up
a call
$100,000.
from my lawyer from the case from my daughter's mother. So I gotta hop down, brother.
Oh, I'll be here for a little while longer if you want to jump back up, dude.
All right. See you guys.
I
All right, really good
appreciate
seeing
you, Willie.
you.
Bye, chat.
Stay, bro. But yeah, that is a good point there. But here's the thing, though. That antenna,
10 accounts, 10,000 each. Is that a fact?
multiple bank. I knew of 5 accounts. I don't know how much was in each. Amy said that. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know about that, guys. I can't answer to it.
I mean, if there's any truth to that, that stings to high heaven.
Yeah, agreed. But there are websites out there that I have heard about, others talking about, that are called like dormcams.com and stuff like that. Okay. Now, where they have multiple people living in a home or a dorm or whatever, and they have cameras set up and they show your daily life going on inside there. Is that what this is? Who knows? It could be. And they make money. I mean, they play it on YouTube. They play it on what is that other one called? Rumble or Kick or something like that. I don't remember. But that's what I've been told. Now, these are all things that I don't know 100% to be true. That doesn't mean that's what this is. But yes, they do exist out there. And this is how they supplement their the whole thing that I was told was how they pay their tuition and stuff like that. And they just have cameras mounted all through their house or their dorm or wherever they're all living, 5, 6 people, guys, girls living together, whatever. And it just films their daily life and other things, I'm sure. And they have rooms and stuff they do things in that they do specialty videos in. And I mean, it's a crazy thing, folks. Is that what that, is that kind of what you were referring to, Kane, in that aspect?
I sent you a close-up of the picture in the back chat. The first one. The second one is a different topic. But
Okay,
the first one, there, if you want to click on that.
I got this new one, and I can definitely blow it up now. Way bigger. And there's the coil right there you're talking about. Oh, right there.
And Douglas Outlaw took one look at it and was like, yeah, no, that's not how it's done. So why would there be a wire going up a pole like that? Unless, a previous homeowner had some kind of ham radio set up or something like that.
That is a very thick wire, though. Okay? Very thick wire. And did you send me something different, bud? Yeah, you did.
I did. That one is the antenna, but then the second one is keep in mind of when you talk about tensions in the area in Idaho, and I know that it's a lot to swallow with the paramilitary angle that we've deep dove into on the purge with Operation GCD, and I'd love to have him come up here with me, JJ. If you'd like to join us on the panel, if you don't mind, there you go.
Once we get through the other stuff, yeah, we can do that.
Yeah. So, as far as if you look at that second pic I sent you the link, the tensions in the area. Look at that pic. This says about more than I can say in words.
Yeah, there's been a lot of stuff I've been following about this lately in this area. about the white supremacist issues going on in those areas. Yes.
Well, and Kaylee's uncle seems to have some issues there as well.
Correct.
That was brought to my attention before too. But we've looked into this. Me and the Blue Crew into things that have been going on in this area for a long time. It's not a good thing, folks. It's not a good thing.
Well, the point of the matter is trying to find a synopsis from it all. Is that Idaho and that area of the Pacific Northwest, Montana, Washington State, even Utah, seem to have a high concentration of military activity and retired officers that are seem to be connected to heavy intelligence operations. And one of the statements made by the CIA is when the public finally starts accepting every lie that we tell them, I'm paraphrasing, then we've succeeded. That was one of their modus operandi, one of their clandestine statements.
Gotcha.
I think it's quite interesting because when you think of a targeted attack in the first press conference, they say it was targeted, right? And if what you're saying is going on, Kane, with that tower, and I'm highly skeptical, by the way, just putting it out there, but
I was in the beginning, and she keeps bringing me, and I wish I could find the.
I'm not that skeptical that they were involved in some kind of OF or sugar daddy websites is another one that's big.
That's what I was talking about. Yeah.
And there's big money in that, and obviously, if she's got $100,000 in a bank account, if that's true, if that can be verified, I think the only path to that is through something like this or drugs, and that also fits with the whole targeted thing. When he's going to come out in the press conference right off the bat and say this was targeted, it would make sense that girls that are involved in that kind of thing are often the target of jealous customers, boyfriends, viewers, or what have you. So that it does make some sense.
Right.
It even makes sense as far as Brian. Like Brian could be a viewer of or a
Oh, that's Willie. Okay.
OnlyFans or what have you.
You gotta quit changing your name, bro.
Huh?
You gotta quit changing your name. I'm like, who the hell is Loose Asshole? And then I had to say it out loud. And I was like,
Gotcha.
You got me. Anyway, but no, when you hear about stories about seeing the girls out partying with Green, taking shots, yelling "Big Daddy Green," blah blah blah. And I mean, it makes you curious. Now, here's the thing, too, Jesse. Not just jealous boyfriends. When you have big name people that are important, that run parts of the government, senators, governors, mayors, law enforcement officials, attorneys, doctors, whatever the hell they are, that are partaking in these situations, and something goes down the wrong way, or something else has something to do, and it's threatened. I'm going to expose you. That's a hell of a motive right there for a bad situation. I'm just saying. And
that's another way to get $100,000.
100%.
That's some kind of insurance settlement, isn't it?
It could be. It could be.
There you go.
Many different reasons for those things. I'm not saying any of that stuff happened. Okay, not saying that, but this area is full of high ranking, big name people that are important positions in the local governments and the state governments and so on and so forth, the university and stuff like that. And it makes you wonder, not even knowing that there's a couple other parallel investigations going on looking at different things. Who knows? But, I'm just saying, these are other things to think about that, you just don't know about. What's this other photograph you just sent me, Kane?
That is an aerial view of the shed I was discussing. She did send me a close-up, but I believe it's on my phone. Let me double check here.
Now, I'm going to tell you guys, too, there was a camera at one point when Rory went there and was on foot and we were watching live with him. we found a camera on top of a pole right behind the back corner of that house. Whether it was live and active, I don't know, but it was there. What was it for? I don't know. It looked like a regular CCTV cam. Was it to monitor the parking lot there, the apartments? Was it whatever? But it was there. And again, I don't know what it was for. But there's some interesting things that relate to this area. That's all I got to say. There we go. Thank you for the picture, sir. Appreciate that to explain your stuff.
I found the close up one. I'm waiting for it. I sent it to my email.
Okay.
But you can see from that. I'm not looking at the chat. Sorry. Okay, so there's 1122 on the right, and then on the left is this shed. And the question is, why would a shed have its own power stream? You know what I'm saying? Why does it have its own electrical box on it? So let me show you the electrical box.
So was it an AV shed possibly for like AV equipment to run different things? Yeah, I get what you're saying.
That, or she kind of went off track on it and said, well, it could have been, I don't know what, there it is. It could have been a police substation where the on-campus officers, that way they're always on the street, because look at how they beat the system by sitting on the roof there. They do exactly the same thing they do on, like on the streets in LA, in the hood, so to speak.
We have those substations here too. I don't know how big that is from looking at it this way, but yeah, I know what you're saying. Like they're always around. They have a place to be. So yeah.
Here's a better picture. I'm just uploading it now. And so, well, anyway, by sitting on the roofs, and we even see pictures of Xana sitting there. They have the upper hand on the police coming down the road because they can see them from a mile away. So it would be wise over the years, you might eventually learn something in Moscow and put a substation right there on Frat Row.
Mm-hmm. See, that's why I wondered too about the 911 call, where I swear you can hear what sounds like a police radio, a portable, which I know what that sounds like, through the call, as if there's one. Now, did they have a monitor? Did they have a handheld portable that you could hear police coming? They had a lot of parties and things going on. Was there a cop there already? I mean, there's different things that make you wonder what the hell's going on, but I could clearly hear that more than once in that 911 call. Before, you would imagine the police officer should be there, okay? So did the students keep like a base monitor there that let them know when PD was on their way or they were dispatched to that area? Did they have a portable handheld that they could hear that on? I mean, these are things that I know that certain people in my area would do, that way they could be alerted to police. So that was just one more thing that reminded me. I put the link in the back
chat, by the way, Diego. Okay. Yeah, no, because you see it in like training day and stuff like that, where they release pigeons or whatever, and that tells everybody the cops are coming or whatever.
Right.
And it seems to be they probably had a whistle or some type of thing to let them know that the cops are headed up. So yeah, you see the electrical box there. This is the other side of the shed.
Mm-hmm.
And it possibly, there's no windows on it whatsoever, so there's no telling what could be inside of there. But
if it's running its own, if it's got its own meter, that's some.
Yes, it seems unique to sheds, in my opinion. You never know though in winter situations. I don't know. You need to keep your lawnmower warm in the winter. I don't know.
You don't need a meter for that though. We like my shed has electric. It runs off my main electric off my garage. That has its own breaker box. That's a meter, folks. That has its own thing right there. That's a lot of electricity to have on a little shed just to keep a mower warm. That's all go ahead, buddy.
You said it all. You said it all right there.
Yeah, it's definitely, I can't tell how big that is by looking at it, but it could be, if it's got air and heat and things like that, that's not just a shed, folks. I'm just saying. Just saying.
Yeah, I mean, you figure if they're called out to an area 20 times in a day, well, all right, let's set up camp there. And even if it's just a place they could sit and have coffee or whatever, then...
Well, it's already been proven that U of I did not have its own security, campus security. They used Moscow as their campus security. So did they have a couple officers, maybe the guys like we saw at the band field, that would sit different shifts, and this was their home base, and they would go out and patrol the campus areas, and they would go back to home base here whenever they weren't on patrol. I mean, it's very possible.
What you said, though, Dago, about in the 911 call, you heard the police radio in the background. I've heard that a couple times before. What? Elaborate again. I was looking for the picture, and I wasn't fully focused on what you were saying.
Okay. During that 911 call, I hear what I hear sounds like a police radio. Now, I know, at least here, that 911 dispatchers are all separate. They're all kept in their own cubicle, and they're all kept, there's no radios allowed and stuff like that to avoid distraction during calls. And they're all on separate like frequencies for each call, okay? So to hear when they're talking to the 911 operator, to hear a radio, what sounds like radio dispatch in the background, makes no sense, okay? Unless there's either somebody there holding a portable handheld, either that, or if they're in the house, if they had a base portable like police scanner or something like that, or if somebody has a handheld police scanner, they make those too. Bearcat makes them, and many other companies make them. Or there's already somebody there that has a two-way police radio in their hand. And you hear it in the background. I think I heard it 4 to 6 times throughout that call. And that, unless that officer was dispatched and was there within 3 seconds, that doesn't make no sense, folks. That's all I'm saying. That was a big part of the call. Outcast put it out in many different ways, and you can hear it throughout the whole thing. Even Jeff, when he put it out, you could hear it. The original call that I heard from I think it was Channel 8 that put it out, you don't hear it there for some reason. That's interesting, but I'm just saying.
Well, another thing that seems ridiculous as far as the 911 call goes is the defibrillator business. Because at this point, they've already allegedly been into the house. Hunter told them to come out and to get out of the house, because he even states in that little trailer that he's seen something horrific. We can kind of glean that from that, right? So why wouldn't you be like, yeah, defibrillator ain't gonna cut it unless it can resuscitate somebody from being unalive?
They don't do that either. That's my other issue. You're right. I've heard and been involved in many 911 calls. You don't start with a defibrillator, okay? You just don't. Is she breathing? No. Do you know CPR? If you don't, they walk them through it. Start CPR. Then the defibrillator comes into play if they're not responding to that. That's what I don't understand with that whole thing, okay? I don't know if Idaho's protocol or their SOP is different, but I think that's pretty much standard everywhere, to start with physical CPR first, and then you bring in a defibrillator, which still makes no sense as to why that all went down like that. Welcome, Sarge. Good to see you today, sir.
Here comes trouble.
Thank you for joining us.
Hey, what's going on, Dago? Good to see you.
It's great to have you here, sir.
Jesse, what's up? You look like you haven't slept in days. You need a shave. How are you?
And Kane, you're telling me I look great, Sarge.
Kane, there's a reflection coming off the top of your head. I don't know why. Could be a lack of hair.
After that comment, I'd like to ask the chat: shouldn't we demand that Sarge turn his camera on now?
He said it's coming.
He's in his PJs. Come on,
I know. Come on,
on my undershirt.
Camera.
He said it's coming soon. He's going to do a live with all it bared to everyone. So
all the fixings, huh?
Yeah,
all the fixings. Maybe I'll even put on a shirt and tie that I don't own.
Right. Nice to see you, Sarge. I enjoyed your program last night with Dago.
Oh yeah, it was just off the cuff thing. But so what's new? I've been doing a lot of nothing, which I'm really skilled at and proud of myself.
Yeah.
And what did I miss today? Did the hearing go off well?
It's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow. Yeah.
This is a pre-hearing discussion we're having.
Oh, this is like premature.
Yeah. Well, you're on one.
Three premature ducks sitting in Dago's room.
No, we're
we're pre-gaming over here.
They say if you think about baseball, it doesn't happen, but I don't know. I've never had that problem.
You might go blind.
Welcome, Sarge. Good to see you today. Well, you started off right out of the gate with everybody, didn't you, sir?
Well, you know,
you're in a good mood.
Sarge picks his battles.
Every one of them.
I always come in sweet and sour. It's salty and fucked up. That's just how I am.
I'm hoping Jen at Criminal Confidential will join us here. She's mad at me for bringing up the substation theory. I did give her full credit on that. This is all her research. Like I said, I'm just a pretty face on my channel, and Jen and Heather really bring all the heat on there, and also JJ.
Heather, you don't mean Biff. You mean Biff? Lucy, Heather, Biff. Who are we talking about?
My mind's still blown about the $100,000 in Kaylee's bank. Did you know that, Sarge? Kaylee had $100,000 in the bank?
I wouldn't doubt it. I'm surprised it was only 100.
Where did she get the money, Sarge?
Well, I mean, where did she get the money? Sugar babe, as well as then the pictures that men pay for.
So what you're saying is she didn't get it working at the Mad Greek in the coffee shop.
No, I wouldn't
she worked
think
at
so.
Dutch Brothers, and Maddie worked at.
It's all these. Listen, our country's been sexualized. I don't know why people don't. Do you really think that girls of that age, a couple of years back, weren't taking advantage of what the internet offered, and the guys out there? Let me see pictures.
Let's face it, if I could sell pictures like this on the internet for big money, would I be doing it? I certainly would.
Yeah, you would. For it, Jesse. There's
look at those bushy eyebrows this guy's got.
Anybody in chat got $1.99?
OnlyFans, that's what it is. I keep wanting to say Instagram.
For super chat, I'll unbutton a few more buttons for $2 super chat.
They do it on Instagram too. I've seen some really racist crap.
Talk about someone that doesn't need a camera. It's Jesse.
No, we're just.
Game B's waving money, Jesse. Drop the shirt.
I got a credit card. Where is it?
Hager's got the credit card. Oh shit.
No, yeah, we're talking about the money.
What to expect from the hearing tomorrow type show, Sarge. That's all.
Yeah. He just on this quick point. I forgot what I was going to say. Never mind. With these girls, is you notice you never see a picture of them not fully in their getup with the full makeup. Even if they're laying around the house, they're still kind of in going out street clothes. You know what I mean?
Not just these girls, though, Kane. That's all girls these days. Isn't it?
I like Lucy's comment there, Dago.
Okay. I told you last night.
Because it's come to my attention that I banged my mom and made myself. And to be honest with you, I find that to be pretty fucking awesome.
I'm sure you do.
That would be a perfect world situation for
Sarge. That's the best right there.
Yeah. And OnlyFans pays a lot the more people you have. So I guess I don't know anything about it, but okay.
We might have to send a sample to Othram, I think, on that.
There's a whole bunch of things. You don't even know. Listen, folks, she could have a for your eyes only at Pornhub. You have no idea what these, and to think that these girls of those age don't do that, you just live in a cave. This country's been sexualized to the extreme.
Well, that's what everybody's looking for nowadays. It's really sad, but it's true. It's out there. Like I told you guys before, I knew somebody that got paid $200 to wear a pair of socks for a week and sell them.
That's
disgusting, but people do it all the time.
Yeah, everybody's got different strokes for different folks, right? And as long as you're not breaking the law, I really don't care what you do in the bedroom or what goes through your sexual fantasy. I don't want to know them, right? But I don't object to them as long as you're not hurting children or women or other people,
Of course not, right? Of course.
Well, that brings up a good point, actually, Sarge, is that, normally I don't want to know about it, but here in this case, I do. And it's like a lot of people have said, if those crime scene photos are released, I don't want to see them. And typically, I would say I don't. But I do, because we are all as wrapped up in this thing as you could possibly be. And any information or facts at this point are going to help us draw a real conclusion.
Well, and I got to agree with you. Any other case that we've ever covered, I don't want to see crime scene photos. But I'm not saying I want to see them here, but I think that the let me try this again. Specificity. There we go.
Trying to say Italian there?
Yeah, forget about it. Parts of the wounds and things like that that's something that I think is important to know about, because that tells a story as to what we already don't know, what we should know. Okay.
Yeah.
If that
And
makes
at this
sense.
point, we're done taking law
I
enforcement.
want to
word
see
on it.
everything. I mean, I'm not squeamish at all, and I'm not trying to be gross, but I want to see the entirety of the case presented for whatever evidence is available, and then make an assessment on what they're showing us. I
think
suspect.
yeah. In this case, it's important because for
I
everything we've
want
been
to see
told,
what
it's going
Dylan
to
and
tell us the
Bethany
truth.
saw to lead them to believe that Xana had passed out drunk. Show me the photos of what they saw, and then tell me that's how they concluded that Xana passed out drunk.
And
Yeah, it's a good point. That's a good
Yeah.
point. I mean, they've lied to, they've lied too much. When that happens, then there's nothing to believe at this point other than what we see for our own.
Yeah, I mean, even
Right,
pictures.
and I think that's what Steve was trying to protect the girls, because he's saying people are going to judge and see things and judge. And I think that in today's world, we know people are doing this. A lot of young girls do this, and I don't know. What are you going to do, man?
We're in true crime, folks, and we cover crime and horrible cases. We talk about them. If you can't handle those types of things, this happens.
Right.
And certain things you don't need to see. Certain cases, this is a different situation. It's a quadruple homicide that has been put out as nothing but lies and bullshit from the day that it happened.
Well,
in turn, we have the right in some aspect to know what the truth is now. So
now, what kind of job was it? Kaylee that had the 100,000?
Apparently,
Kaylee
had $100,000 in the bank.
How do people know that?
On top of the vehicle.
You can use your college degree for down payment. I'm not sure if that happened or not.
Yeah,
Good point, Chappie, and thank you for the super chat, bro. I appreciate you.
Nice job, Chappie. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where it came from. Willie put that, said it. He had seen or heard it somewhere. If it's true,
it came up with that.
Well, no, he heard it from.
So we don't know. There's no fact to it. It's just a rumor.
It probably could be. I don't know. Unless he said it is in a paperwork.
I believe it's from an interview with the Gonzalez. Is that she had $100,000 in the bank? She had just gotten a new car. And
it could.
That's like I said, take it with a grain of salt.
So
I had mentioned that Steve had been talking about the fact that she had money in the bank and that she was investing it for her future, and went over it with him. And what should I do? What should my portfolio look like? I wasn't aware that it was $100,000, but
okay. Demon said Steve said it, so I thought that's what Willie said.
Okay, all right. As long as there's no verification.
I'm sorry.
Someone asked me, why would you have 10 different bank accounts? And 10 different accounts doesn't necessarily mean bank accounts, although the institutions nowadays are all banks in some shape or form, even a Charles Schwab. But just so you know, when you have sizable amounts of money, you do keep them in several different areas. And the reason for that is many, but primarily you're trying to diversify. For instance, I have a CD. I have a couple of savings accounts that earn high interest. I have a Roth. I have an investment account with they call them ETFs. So and then I've got multiple different investments in there. So when you start getting money above 50,000, I'll say you're going to start to look to get it to make money for you.
Well, you
don't put all your eggs in one basket, and so 10 accounts is not. For $100,000, that may be a few too many, but still not outrageous.
Well, here's the big part of the whole thing, folks. There were warrants pulled for each one of those accounts. Why does that matter? Why do you need warrants for those accounts in this kind of a situation? In my opinion, that relates to this somehow. That
relates to motive. Well, in the early investigation, you're going to want to know how that money was derived, where it was kept, and then if there's any connection to provide a motive for because it's likely that somebody that viewed her in that way would be considered a potential suspect in the murder because of the amount of attention they gave her, the amount of money they gave her. Which there's a lot of things you could do that's inappropriate once you know, and that's one of the things. Some men have some inner secrets, maybe some sexual perversion. I'm not going to name any, and once a girl knows that, will she use that against you to extract money from you? There's a lot of shit that happens around sexual things. And you could place yourself as a young woman in danger. Sometimes things are just better not. You just don't want to know.
Look at the athletes these days in the sports world. All it takes is one accusation, and you cut a $2 million check here, there, everywhere. It's happening left, right, and center.
That's going to get even worse with the college athletes getting paid now too, with the entitlement kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's already the quarterback for BYU is going through accusations right now. We don't even know if he's going to be able to play this season. Yeah, I mean, these guys are basically pros now. A lot of guys are going to make more money playing. They're going to forgo the NFL draft, stay in college longer because they get more money in college than they do as rookies in the NFL.
Yeah, there's less reason to jump to the NFL. But one thing we can't ignore that we can visually see with our own eyes is that as a whole, these girls showed up everywhere they went. They were dressed out. They were at all of the big events, and to keep this kind of appearances, it costs money. And if you're a struggling college student where her family is now living on a GoFundMe, you got to figure, there's kids that are living on campus.
How do you know they're living on a GoFundMe? I thought the father, Steve, he works, doesn't he?
The GoFundMe, my understanding was so that they can travel back and forth to Ada County for the trial and stuff.
Well, he stated that he wanted to retire and get $1 million on his GoFundMe now, and then live off that for the rest of their life.
And Rachel, that's not true. It does not take 72 hours to clear. I'm not trying to be a braggart, but I can't tell you the last time is when I deposited a check under $10,000, and it does not. It takes 24 hours to clear, just like any other check. So I thought
it took like a week for something that large, to be honest.
No. I deposited checks, significant amounts of money, double digits, and they clear just like any other. If you trust me when I tell you, they clear within 24 hours by law.
Hold on though, because is that personal or is that business? How does
business? And it wouldn't matter if it's business or personal. The law states the check must make the fund available within 24 hours.
Because I've had to wait on a bigger check like that before.
Was it out of state to you?
It was a week.
If it came from out of town, it's different. If let's say you got a check for a settlement from somewhere, from a law firm, from a different state, or from a government check, anything like that.
No, it was when I turned 18. My biological father died when I was 9. I received like an inheritance, I guess, and it took them 5 days to clear that before I had access to it.
And that's an inherent different. I just listen, folks. I'm telling you, I could show you a stack of checks that I have right here in my office, and none of them take more than 24 hours. I mean, I was given a check for $75,000 last year, and it was clear and ready to go the next day. The banks do it all electronically. There's just no reason. They report your money. If you go, they do report volumes above 5,000. But as far as you getting access to the funds, I have never, ever experienced that, ever, where my money was held up for 5 days from a personal check or even a business to a business check to me in my business. So, I'm not trying to be a braggart. My experience with sums above 10,000 is significant.
Wow.
And I've never had this issue.
Either way, I mean, it doesn't really have any relevance.
But there are some catch-22s, Dago, that'll fall outside of that. But your standard everyday check of $10,000, $20,000 being given to you. If I write you a check and you deposit in your account, that fund's got to be available the next day.
Gotcha.
Just so you know. Okay. But if you're in my state, if it goes from my state to your state, you're going to have to wait. Right. Gotcha. Or let's say you get a check from a law office and they're drawn on a bank from the Cayman Islands, or they're drawn on a bank from New York, because you got law firms all over. One law firm can have offices in many places, right? Those checks may take longer to clear because your check is coming from an out-of-state bank. So,
well, like Kane said, the getting dressed up, having all the outfits, all the makeup, attending all the parties, having the rich social life, that all costs a fair bit of money. And a lot of these students would work 2 jobs just to pay those bills, just to stay alive and eat. And they would probably not have enough to do that, even working 2 jobs. No. So for Kaylee to have $100,000 in the bank, there's that's a red flag, goes to motive, like Sarge said. And we need the answers to that question. Where'd that come from?
Correct.
Well, give me that job that pays you $100,000 over the summer, because she allegedly worked at this place in Texas, the IT company, over the summer, and she swiftly shifted her major from being education, she wanted to be a teacher, to all of a sudden now she wants to be IT. And what did you do? You answered phones and you got paid $100,000. You had enough to purchase this vehicle. I don't know.
I don't
all out of
believe
place.
that's the case. No.
And there's a new reporting. Let me just say, folks, your banks are not stupid. And if you're going to keep an account at 9,700, 9,600, draw it down, and then only bring it back under 10, they're going to report it. And the thing is, the new reporting, if you go into a bank and put $5,000 in the bank, that's reported. You don't have to fill out any paperwork. They do. Not you. They fill it out and make the report.
Right.
So, the thing with banking is that if there's a client that's continually trying to shy away from the 10 grand or over, there's a report written on them. Even if they know the person is up and up, they're obligated to report you. It's just a matter of doing business. They don't really even openly talk about this. But I know they've also lowered it. It used to always be 10 grand. They've lowered that to 5,000. That they're not always. It depends on the customer. Like I've got a history, a long history, and my checks come from other consumers, regular people. So I don't know that they do it with me every time. But if they do, they do. I don't give a fuck. I pay my taxes. It's just like
I think that Donald D. Nice is actually correct in saying that anything over 600 gets reported as per the Biden administration. I remember hearing that. Yeah, I believe so.
I remember hearing that as well. That was
it had nothing to do with reporting. That was what I was supposed to report as a subcontractor payment or a material purchase, but that got squashed. That $600 doesn't apply to you putting money in your bank. It applies to a business doing business with another business or contractor or subcontractor that you pay more than $600 in a year. You're supposed to report that on your taxes, you see? And you're supposed to file out a 1099 and send it to them. But that got quashed under the Trump administration.
Oh, it did? Okay.
That's not real.
Yeah, no, because it was very intrusive, in my opinion.
Very intrusive.
Yeah.
No, I'm pretty schooled on that, and I don't want to sound like a braggart, folks, but, life is what it is for me. I worked as little as I could to do as well as I do. Jesse, did you run off and shave?
We're glad you got there.
It's the light.
I recommend living in a third world country and paying tax to them because they have much cheaper rates.
Oh. Well, I'm almost to the point of retiring. So
you gonna join me here in Thailand, Sarge? I think you'd like it.
Yeah, I probably.
What did you do previous to living out your dreams in Thailand? There, just.
I was a kid. I mean, I've been here for 26 years, so I came
26 years. Wow.
In my early 20s. So
what do they call
I spent pretty much my entire adult life.
He's
if I'm even an adult now.
I think he's a fugitive, Kane.
I'm not a fugitive.
That's where I was going, Sarge.
I'm so ahead of the game. I left before I got in trouble.
Oh, he didn't leave his trouble behind him, but yet to come.
Now that you're here, Mr. Friday, like I said, it's a pre-hearing discussion, open panel in regards to what's going to happen with this hearing tomorrow. The hearing is based on the will there be a continuance and or the alternative suspects. Part of it is blacked out. The rest of it we will be streaming here, of course, and I'm sure other people will.
I think he's gonna continue somewhat. He's probably gonna want to resist it, but I think in the end he'll agree to continue because he wants that investigation if it's not been completed to who leaked. And then I also suspect he'll accept the alternative suspects because the other 6 or 7 samples of DNA scream alternative suspect.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
I think it would literally take an act of God to stay this hearing. I do feel one outcome of tomorrow may be that they delay it and do something in my core tells me that there's some type of mandatory procedure where they have to delay 90 days when some type of shenanigans comes up like this this Dateline piece. So I wonder if that's
isn't it even more? I think it's even more than that. And in a way, I think Dateline did all the people that are reasonable down the middle like us a big favor by doing the bullshit they did, because I get the sense that and I hope, let me just say this is a hope, that Hitler is a little more in tune to the shenanigans that have been going on from the prosecution.
I agree with you. I agree.
I'm pretty sure he's known all along.
So the question I have though is, if Hitler doesn't grant a continuance and totally ignores the Dateline and the new hit piece and all these things going on, clearly that's going to be grounds for an appeal. And isn't it true that judges really don't want their decisions overturned on appeal? Isn't that like one of the most negative things that could ever happen to a judge?
Yes.
So, like I mean, I know Judge Cannoni in the Karen Reed case doesn't seem to care, but that seems a little bit out of the norm.
She's out there, though. She's different.
And Hitler's response to the Dateline thing, I would expect him to be more cognizant of the fact that he needs to grant a continuance or come to an agreement about removing the death penalty or something.
Yeah, there's going to be something that they're going to have to do at this point, I think.
Because just a refusal to acknowledge it as an issue is going to be frowned upon when it comes to time to appeal.
And he's not going to let that. He doesn't come off to me, I've said this before, as somebody that's going to allow for people to look down on him because of what's going on with his trial. That's just the personality he puts out there to me. So in that sense, there's going to be some decision, I think, of something done. Like let's talk about the death penalty coming out the table. Are we going to continue this? These things like that is what I see him thinking about. But I agree with Sergeant that he forget that he's maybe leaning towards the defense a little bit. Sorry, go ahead.
He's part of the same system that's got Brian in this jackpot, so we can never take that out of the focus of what's
true.
What's going on here and how the stuff has been allowed to be interpreted through the eyes of the prosecution.
Even going, guys, I have to step away for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. So that's also something too. Like, I'm not blind to Hitler. He's part of the system that's fucked up. I mean, that's one of the things you always need to keep in mind. Is he going to be the white hat in the room, or is he going to be part of the system? And so far, he's been part of the system, although he does try to be fair when the law demands it, and he goes with that. So I don't know.
I'm just talking about covering your own ass, though. I'm expecting him to cover his own ass.
Yeah, there's no liability. There's no consequence. What consequence?
Isn't it a consequence, though, if your decisions are appealed and they're overturned?
No, there's no consequence to him. It's just that nothing happens. I don't know if he's an elected official or an appointed official.
He's elected.
But these cases, these things get overturned quite a bit. Some of these opinions of these judges, these convictions, and there's never any harm to the original judge. That's the problem with our justice system, right? The prosecutors, how many innocent people are in jail? What punishment came to the prosecuting office? The taxpayer pays the bill. The guy gets out of jail and he gets millions of dollars. It comes out of our pocket. So the prosecutors don't get harmed in any of this unless they're blatantly complicit in some crime that they can't, that they have to be convicted for. But other than that, no, it's a joke.
Yeah, no, if you rewind to when they had the Brady motions, it seems clear to all of us that those should have been at least given some credence, and nothing was done there. I stand by the viewpoint that if in all likelihood they are able to convict and hoodwink this jury and convict BK, it'll be much more difficult to overturn, especially in Idaho, a conviction when you already have it. So that is the last hope. And yeah, I mean, no judge wants their verdict overturned, but then again, it's not his verdict, it's the jury. So, even though it would make him look bad.
And you're right, and I really think that you've got to give a high significance probability to the fact that he'll be exonerated. The other thing is I don't think people really I don't think people really get it. It doesn't take much for a jury to change, that view that I think Karen Reed's case, that'll be an interesting determination on how juries perform, right? So in this case, I think there's an even shot that he gets over. It doesn't go to a conviction because they're nailing him with one charge and one charge only. And burglary, right? So, but they're nailing him with quadruple homicide in the first degree. They're not going to give them manslaughter. They're not going to give them options. And I honestly think that there's enough reasonable doubt that the jury's going to be hung or they're going to end up saying innocent. I don't know why more people don't give credence to the jury making those two decisions. Either they can't decide and it gets hung, or they say Brian Kohlberger's not guilty.
I think it goes back to the fact that they're throwing all their cards on the table right now, and they're all in on trying to manipulate the thoughts of any potential jurors.
Right.
And look at how successful they've been when you go on to like Twitter, for example, and you see the way some people react to this information. It's hard to have faith in your fellow man when so many people are so dull that they can't see through the bullshit, and they're just repeating the talking points. 23, he was at the house 23 times, he was stalking them. There's a lot of people out there that have just bought that narrative.
But it's different when you're in a jury of 12 and you've got 12 other minds that see it either equally as you do or opposite as you do. And so that has to be, that's what happens in a jury room. We get whittled down to 12 people that have to deal with what was only said in the courtroom. And even if you go in that jury thinking he was guilty, once you realize that the data that they've used to surround him with guilt are their opinion and no evidence that it's even him, you're going to be faced with, do I put this kid in front of I hope they don't drop the death penalty. I want that to stay because it makes the jury much more of a jury when they know that they're going to be making a decision on this kid getting shot to death. I want that to stay. I don't want that to be dropped by Hitler.
Yeah, Viv is right. It comes down to, and they have professionals like the Bull that can weed out jurors that may go against guilty or innocent. And then don't forget, juries can be paid off also as well. And there can be pressure put on them in different ways that we may or may not ever hear about.
Well, you look at the Karen Reed case as well, the way they've removed jurors. They're picking off jurors that they think might, or it certainly appears that they're picking off jurors that look like they're favorable to the defense. And they're tossing them from the case without any transparency as to what reason for that.
Yeah, no, Paco, that's absolutely right, and that's a really good point. Is one of the clearest instances of Hitler leaning or siding with the prosecution is his attack on Cyrene. That pretty much tells me everything I need to know right there.
I don't think it's fair to make. I don't think you're being fair to yourself when you make a determination on one single instance, and you ignore all the other instances to which he came down perfectly in the middle. I think he misunderstood what he was reading. I think he took offense to what he was reading, and that then, just like you're making a complete determination on Hitler, you're ignoring all the decisions that he's made that are absolutely right down the middle.
And there has been a bit of a situational line as well.
In other words, you're taking one situation and you're painting the whole guy with it. And I'm suggesting that may not be a fair and accurate way to do it.
Well, I would argue that he has shown his true colors in every single discourse with the prosecution and the defense, where he cuts the defense off within one or two sentences of everything they say. And he even referred to it in the last hearing and then kept doing it anyway. And then he does roll out the red carpet for the prosecution. He lets them say, let's just look beyond the fact that there's only two towers and you can't triangulate somebody's position with two towers. And he just brushes that off.
Well, but what you're not realizing, Kane, let me give you something that you're not really realizing. What Hitler's doing is based on the precedents and the law and the cases presented by the prosecution. And the prosecution has the power to present. So when the prosecution says, we're going to play this video of Brian being pulled over to establish identity and ownership of the car. And he says, okay. And then Ann says, Your Honor, they don't need the whole video for that. And then he goes back and he comes back. Yeah, you're right. They only need his picture and a picture of the car. They're not going to play the whole video. Is that fair? And he also did it with the DNA. Wait, he also did it with the DNA and what term you use to identify the kind of DNA. So my point is that it's situational on these rulings, and you've got to try to see if he's being fair-minded. Now, he did go off the fucking train with Cy's motion, but Cy was accusing directly malfeasance and impropriety on the prosecution, and I don't think that it was a good thing to put in a motion to give to a judge. He should have stuck on the facts and not made an accusation against the prosecution. Then Hitler probably would have responded a little differently, because it's situational. Each and every one of those are situational.
I think that Hitler. Go ahead, Jesse. I'm sorry.
I wasn't talking.
Jesse said something too. There's a Hitler before Dateline and a Hitler after Dateline. And I don't think so. I think the Hitler at Dateline, he's trying to show you, and that's a good example of what I mean. You don't like what he did with Cy Ray, and I get it. And I accept that, and I respect that. But you do like what he's doing with the Dateline shit, right?
I think it's all an act.
No, it's not an act. He's calling for an
There's not going to be any repercussions to anyone.
Well, he'll have an opportunity to show us with the new one if he's going to react to that as well.
Me. I'd love to see it, but
yeah,
it's not going to happen, bro.
Yeah, see, I don't know how you can determine that until you see his actual response to it. He's already called for an investigation. He's already having a motion on extending the hearing. He's doing everything he's supposed to do for people that violated his gag order. He's following the rules, and I suspect that he's going to follow the rules until
do you think he's
done.
Following the rules by not giving any punishment to the prosecution for delaying the discovery 23 times?
That was up to Ann. See,
how was that up? What?
Well, no, the Ann should have asked 2 years ago, a year ago, to hold them for in account. She should have filed a motion going directly after the prosecution. That's the defense counsel has the ability to do that. The judge just, if he gets irritated with you, he can force you. But Ann is supposed to come forward, okay, and file a motion. I forget what there's a name to it, where you're not being given discovery and you're asking over and over again. You finally say, "Listen, Your Honor, this stuff either you sanction the prosecution, you don't allow this discovery because they won't give it, therefore it becomes inadmissible." She should have made those fighting arguments against that, and she didn't.
What about this grand jury testimony? Because I heard somebody say that the defense was granted. They finally got the grand jury testimony. They were granted access to it. They've been trying to get it for a long time. And so that order came down that they could get the grand jury testimony. And then it was immediately reversed that, now you can't have it. Does anybody know anything about that? Because that sounds very suspicious.
The last item, they could have the grand jury testimony. I thought he granted it, they could have it.
Hello, Charlotte.
Hi, guys.
Thank you for joining us.
I could do with a woman's touch-up here.
Always good to have you here.
It's getting messy. Too many beer cans on the coffee table, huh?
Sorry, go ahead. I thought the defense were granted access to the grand jury testimony. Were they not, Jess?
They were at one point, I thought, but sorry, Jesse, go ahead. She was talking to you. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I had just heard that an order came in that granted them access, and then the following document was prosecution objected, and it got reversed, that it's been sealed again.
Oh. I'm kind of still thinking they will get a continuance, though, even for a certain amount of time.
I was trying to say.
If when that investigation is done about the leak, if it was, nobody knows who it was, but if it was one of the cops that investigated and handled parts of evidence, surely Ann Taylor then would be able to, she would have to know that, is that reliable evidence now? If this guy is leaking, how does that affect what they're going to testify to?
Now, can you put that back on the screen, Dago? That's what I was trying to come up with to share with Kane. She needed to file a motion to compel discovery, and the judge would have to then rule on on whether to issue a compel order. And on back in the day, she did on one thing and she got it, but she's not done it in many cases where she should be pushing hard. That's her one flaw to me, is she goes with the flow. She goes along to get along in some of this, where she should be pretty. I know she has, Becky, on one thing way in the back, but she hasn't recently, nor has she done it, I think, in front of Hitler. She did it with Judge.
Yeah, I think she's a little more intimidated by Hitler.
Yeah, and she's a good lawyer, but and she's doing the right things, but it doesn't seem like she's, she's a first, second base hit. You need someone that's going to give it or swing for a home run every time they get in front of the microphone.
I have to agree with you on that point. And if you look at
Thank you,
Ann
Kane.
Taylor,
Look, my life is complete. I gotta go. Thanks, Kane. No, just kidding.
I knew we'd get there. I thought they were going to have to separate us for a minute, but no. As far as Ann Taylor goes, it's unusual that you find a public pretender that is going to go to the lengths that she has to defend this client. And then at the same time, she does seem meek when she presents her arguments, which is questionable. And then also as well, there are things that she leaves out. To me, one of the most important things to lead with, and Twiz and I have been back and forth on this one a lot, as far as that crime scene was contaminated top to bottom, in my opinion, from 7:30 or 9 a.m. until noon forward. Not to mention the lack of protocol that the officers that were investigating it did. So that to me is just one of the many things that it's like she makes the argument, but then she leaves out the important piece. Sarge, did you follow on that? Does that make sense?
Yeah, she doesn't push hard enough. Like I said, she's a first and second base hitter instead of a home run hitter.
Yeah, it's like she's presenting the cheese, but it's Swiss cheese. It's like she leaves that hole open and they're able to poke their finger through.
But also keep in mind that this is one thing that we're not really realizing is what you're doing with the judge is going to be infinitely different than what you do with the jury.
That's true.
Right. That's Swiz's point exactly. So a lot of people think she's playing this long game with the chess. So that remains to be seen if she's positioned herself by getting Payne and Meowry to purge themselves on the stand, and then she can just completely discredit them in front of a jury, as opposed to giving the prosecution time to come up with a rebuttal in hearings.
What happened to Jesse?
I don't know.
Jesse Down.
He's got that third world internet. That's what happened to Jesse.
But it's cheap over
there. Did he say something? It's probably like
it's probably not a great idea either to really get the judges back up in pre-trial hearings. Like when she will be in front of a jury, and it's going to have more clout, whatever she says in front of a jury, than in a pre-trial hearing. I mean, to me, there's not much point in, like, she probably knows what arguments are going to win and what are going to lose, and probably maybe is just trying not to argue too much with the judge for something that she knows the law, he has to follow a certain thing in the law, whereas the jury can be more influenced. The judge can't be influenced, whereas the jury can by what she says.
Yeah.
Or Charlotte, an argument that she knows she can't win with him because, in my opinion, he's extremely biased against her, and she knows that by putting up a fight, she's only going to dig herself deeper. I agree.
I don't think he's biased, to be honest. I think he's doing the best. Like, he's doing a lot better than the other judge. But to me, I don't think he's biased, to be honest. I probably think, like, any judge is going to be on the side of the prosecution more than the side of defense in any case. I think that's just by nature, like, that's the way it goes. But to me, like, he can't make a decision that's outside of the law just to keep the defense happy either. He has to go by the book, by the book, by the book, by the book. So to me, I don't see it in any part that he has been biased.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I kind of sense that too, in that you could point at certain things and get your hair up in the back of your neck about it, and I'm not going to say that you're wrong, but I think if you look at the totality of his rulings, he is coming down in the middle, and he's following set precedent or
that's what I mean.
Case law, and so it is what it is.
He's using his precedents, Sarge, in my opinion. And look at it this way: this prosecution is going to go to every length to push this through. And remember what the Chapin said. It's not about the victims. The justice system is not about the victims. It's about the prosecution getting the win. And so this is why they brought in Hurwitz, okay? And they put the other guy in the back seat, right? And so with Hitler, he's a political figure. He's an elected official, and he is getting pressure from up top, and his decisions, whether they are set on precedent, he's referred back to, I believe, as far as 1800 with some of his precedents. Things have changed since 1800.
Well, not if there hasn't been a ruling. Look, no. You're absolutely wrong. Precedent can be set and never challenged again, and it maintains its precedent for decades, centuries even. The Constitution's an example of that. That's precedent, right?
About 1700s.
Here's what I'm trying to say is when you look at some of his rulings, I question them as well, and I think he's threading the needle, or he's just his own opinion. But on most of the rulings you look at, you're going to see that he's coming right down the middle for both the defense and prosecution, because that's where the precedent lies. It allows the prosecution to present evidence, but not the totality of the evidence that they want to present, because the defendant is right. You're trying to paint a picture of me that isn't in that image. Therefore, you could just say this is an image of Brian Kohlberger, this is an image of his car. That's it. You can't paint no story or try to extrapolate the interaction he had with the cops shows he's a scumbag or he's bad to women, which is what the prosecution wanted to do. And Hitler said, no, we ain't doing that. So, it's always going to be give and take when you're looking at a legal action. And I agree with you. I can see how a lot of people don't like the guy. I think he's a needle dick little bug lover, but that's
tell us how you really feel, Sarge.
I still take his rulings based on the precedent that's being shown, and I agree or disagree. So,
and I think a lot of the evidence it needs, like a lot of the witnesses are not really witnesses in my eyes. Like they can be picked apart. So, like, of all the evidence they have is all circumstantial. The touch DNA to me is circumstantial because could have got there anyhow, anyway.
Right, the whole case is circumstantial.
It's on a movable object.
To me, like the defense has a much better shot in the court.
Like the drunk turkey running around saying they got purchase of a knife and a backpack. So what?
So what exactly? Like he bought a backpack.
Are they part of the crime scene? Did you collect these as evidence from the crime scene? No, he bought. Well, what does that got to do with the crime? It's like buying that car. He's got a white sedan. Well, so do I.
Everybody owns a damn backpack. He's a college student, for Christ's sakes, and a teacher. Why wouldn't he have a backpack?
Yeah. So I call him the dumb turd. That's who he is. The drunk turd, the dumb turd.
Oh, he's. I can't watch him. I'd watch because just the first 20 minutes, and then it's just like a repeat of the show. Well, I said that this was the white car, and he just goes over.
I just say this, and I don't mean any disrespect, but anybody that agrees with this circumstantial evidence will also agree with the fact that there's 67 genders. Okay. And what they'll do is they'll make what they think in their mind a reasonable connection to some understanding that's just ridiculous, and you're never going to talk them out of it.
No, the prosecution have just built a case of like a photo. It's terrible. It's shocking. He took a photo after the crime, but it's only shocking if it's proven that he did the crime and then he took that photo. It's not shocking that he took a photo at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
It's just shocking they can prove that he took the photo. That if he did that crime, then that photo is absolutely despicable.
Listen, if his connection to pornos and stuff were that he was, if God forbid these girls were doing anything like that, and he was Googling them doing that, then I'd say, oh, we got a problem here.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you follow me? But if like I said, with people's tastes in their bedroom or their fantasies, that's not anybody's business but yours. And
they didn't even find a connection between him and them that way, Sarge. That's another thing, okay? That's important, I think, to people to realize that if they were doing OnlyFans or anything like that, they did not find any kind of a connection.
No, they didn't. There's no connection, electronic or otherwise. You're right. You're right.
So, see, that's huge to me. Very big.
But that's what I'm saying. Throwing that stuff out in the public so you get a distaste in your mouth. It was like that guy that cheated on his pregnant wife that ended up dead. You know, the whole fact that she was pregnant while he was cheating, it makes it worse. You're a scumbag if you're cheating on your woman. I don't care if she's pregnant or not.
Right.
The level of scumbaggedness doesn't get any higher than cheating on your wife. If you can't end it and move on, don't do that to her. Move on, dude.
Yeah,
That's my personal view.
Like Twiz just said, the only connection is that Moscow PD needed a suspect. I mean, clearly that's true.
Yes.
Okay.
And everything they did, they paint the story around the weakest evidence of all, and they destroy this guy's humanity. They destroy his everything about him.
Everything
the guy
about
went
him.
to school to do this. He went to school for the sole purpose of doing this. I mean, I don't know how anybody could think that to be true in anybody.
Right.
If you're a killer, you're a killer. You don't go to school for it.
No, well, even if he did go to school for it, like, he didn't take a whole lot of it in, to be honest. Like,
what question to his criminal?
He would have done better, like, not to go to school. I would have done better doing that crime than him after no school. So, like, the going to school thing, like, it didn't work, obviously. His plan just didn't work, if that's
well,
why.
let me tell you, in law enforcement, I'll tell you something that I've noticed, and many of you may have noticed this. But the guys in high school that didn't have many friends or weren't part of a clique, including chess club or football, those dudes that just kind of like were there, all become cops. I don't know why the fuck that is. Call me forming a stereotype, but that's truly what I've noticed from the generation that I grew up in. All of the guys that I've known when I was in high school, those that became cops were kind of like, they weren't exactly outcasts, but they weren't in any circle, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
No, I'm not playing Zelda, Twiz. I don't know why. What do you mean? But no, I'm not.
With the noises you are making in the background with your phone or something, I think.
What were you doing, Dago?
Sorry.
Find out if that was Brian's friend that was on that channel. I looked at. Did you find out if that was Brian's friend that was on the channel, or was
we
this
don't know,
just a guy from Pennsylvania?
We don't know for 100% that they were friends. He is from that area. He lives in that area. He very well could have known Brian's family. There's a few things people pointed out.
Well, there's that Willie around here that says he knows their family.
Sorry,
Willie said he knows who the family is and he knows his sister. And that, yeah, but there was never any connections put out there that proved how he knew Brian per se. So,
yeah.
But taking away him knowing the points he was making about the people that just want to jump on guilt and shoot this kid weren't that far off the mark.
Right.
He was bowling 300 at the alley with some of those comments.
You are in rare form today.
I'm just saying it.
Like this every day.
The points he made. Sorry, Dave.
He's like this every day. What the hell are you talking about? By the way, the link pinned at the top of the chat if you want to join us, bro. You love to hear what your thoughts are on what's going to happen tomorrow.
One thing I wanted to say is it's not unusual for a criminology student that studied under somebody who wrote the book on, was it Bundy and BTK, to be interested in not only a crime that happened within 10 miles of his area, but also a crime that his professor studied under, and then to make it look like he was obsessed with this professor and wanted to impress her with this crime is just another narrative that they created. And and again, I'm glad Jesse checked out for this one, because when you look at the bigger picture, you guys like Howard Bloom and the other guy that's writing the book that's coming out, these people all have connections to military intelligence and the same characters that are perpetrating these stories like OJ and other things all through the years. And so when you want to write a narrative, you go to a writer.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point.
Bloom just has an imagination. And if he did do it, that could have been a possibility. But if he did it, there could be a million other possibilities. And probably a million possibilities going through Bloom's head. And he just put that one on paper.
These guys are they just know that there's enough people out there that let them think for them. And they don't realize themselves just how stupid they are because of their fan base. They're convinced that, like Daniel, he thinks he knows. And he just doesn't know. He doesn't want to be fair. He tried that and it didn't work for him. And now he's he wants to come out on TV or whatever he's doing.
There's money behind that. And your point with Steve G, and then I showed you the IMDb for Christy Gonzalez was dead on, balls accurate. as far as their, when you have John Walsh sort of aspirations, I think that's exactly where the G's are going with it. And I think Drunk Turkey's along for the ride on it. And I think the money is coming from Paramount and from Netflix. And so you're going to stay with the one that brings in the money. Because look at the people that are getting the views. Drunk Turkey, Nancy Grace, Ashley Banfield. What are their narratives? No matter what, they never mention the anomalies in this case. They'll go right to the double down on the stalking thing and completely forget about the lie that was told that he was stalking.
And that's
they never admit they're wrong.
Right, you're right. And what I don't understand is how do you allow this as a parent to one of these victims?
Steve G, I don't know how that guy lives with himself. Man.
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand how you allow for all this stuff to happen.
To me, sorry guys, I don't mean to cut you off. I think there's a little bit of a delay. That's why it sounds like I'm jumping in when you start speaking.
Okay, go ahead.
That's okay.
I left a comment there last night on your show about Steve G. I think the problem with Steve is that entire family, like, I don't mean they're maniacs, but they're manic. It's like a state you get into when you don't deal with something. And they have not dealt with that grief the way the Chapins have, the way the Mogans have. They've quietened themselves. They've gone into themselves. They've found peace, some form of peace with what happened to their kids.
Charlotte, I've been saying that for a year, that they have not grieved correctly.
No, not at all.
Been involved. Okay,
and they just want vengeance. So any whisper of something that
there's something else. Is it fair to say though that look at Steve G has given us actual factual data? Let's be honest.
No,
Hunter did go in that. Let me finish. Listen, Hunter did go into the house. There's no lie to that. There was more DNA at the scene. There's no lie to that, right? There was an internet. Something did connect. The internet was active there. There's no lie to that. He's telling us things that are true, folks. But what he's doing is he's giving you the complete thought is there's the transfer DNA. People don't know what they're talking about. There's a lot of DNA at that scene, making you think that Brian's DNA was all over the house. That's a lie. But that Hunter went in there to force the door. That's a lie. In other words, he's given us factual information. There was blood on a sleeve. His term sleeve referred to the sheath. That was true. He led you to believe that was Brian's. That's the lie. This is what I mean about Steve.
He's twisting it to fit his context for the narrative. Right.
He's twisting it just like the police are twisting. Everything that they see is, you see Brian everywhere. What the fuck? Why isn't there a bat light in the sky with Brian's face on it that night? I don't get it. Everything else was said Brian, except the fucking lights in the sky.
Right. Go ahead and finish, Charlotte, what you were saying there.
No, that's all I was going to say, that he's twisting, he's hearing little bits and pieces from probably the cops or whoever he's speaking to, and it doesn't make sense to him, the same as it doesn't make sense to us.
What he knows after the fact that he's wrong, and he keeps
doing it. He won't admit it, because to admit it is like saying, I'm not sure if this guy is guilty. And like, to us, they're just college kids, but to him, it's his daughter, and he cannot afford, in his brain, will not allow him, because they're all manic, will not allow him now to want anything except vengeance for this guy. So when he hears something, it doesn't make sense, and the whole family get together and they make a story to make sense, and then they go out on the news and tell everybody else this story, because they want everybody to be on the same page as them. We want this guy dead. He did this to my daughter.
And he knows, yes.
But he knows that he's lying to us. He knows that he's lying to us, though.
But he knows that the public is going to side with him as a victim or a father to the victim, typically, for the most part, I should say. And that's why he's doing it. The thing is, I can't understand is the extreme leaking of all this stuff.
If I was Kohlberger's father, man, I'd be all over that Steve G. I'd be all over that guy. I'd start my own YouTube channel, and you wouldn't get able to shut me the fuck up. Because you're telling stories about my kid that are completely false. Yeah, I'd be all over the place if I was the father. I don't think there's anything that prevents the father from doing that.
No, if the victims' families can speak. Their family can speak.
And the victims' families are framing my son. You're trying to frame my kid for a crime he didn't commit.
No, well, I would do the same. And if I wasn't sure if my daughter did the crime, I still would come out and defend her to say, I don't know any more than you if my daughter done this, but this part and this part and this part is rubbish. Like, I would have to defend her to the parts that are saying that psychopath.
Twiz thinks, you see what Twiz said? Ann would come in to tell me she think Ann could shut me up. If that was my kid.
He's saying, except for Ann, the person saving your son would tell you to shut the F up. Yeah. Except
no, I'd be all over the place. I'd be on a news story.
Oh, I read it wrong. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's probably, except that Ann, the person saving your son, would tell you to probably.
I'd say,
that could be why they haven't spoken out. That could be why that they're trying.
Well,
to...
yeah,
it could be, but I don't think it's legit. I don't think it's fair.
Oh, I agree. It
you don't go to a gunfight with a knife.
No, 100%. Because here's the thing: is when and if and when I should say that Brian's found innocent. If so, and everything's said and done and cleared, what's his life going to exist of at that point? Consist of, and how is he going to exist at that point? Because they have destroyed him upside down, inside out as a person. There's nothing there. Nobody's ever going to trust him. Nobody's ever going to look at him as anything other than a criminal, a murderer. And you can't take that back, guys. I've said that 1,000 times. Nobody can ever take that back. And maybe he'll rebuild some sort of a life after a period of time, but truly, none of that can be taken back. So that,
guys,
honestly, I think the commotion from his father would be actually absolutely what he needs to do. I think I just came up with a good strategy for Koberger. His father should come out and speak up.
It could be. Go ahead, Charlotte. What were you saying, dear?
But I just ask you, if it is a hung jury, if the jury can't decide a verdict, what is the next course of action over there then? It's another trial again, is it, or what?
If the state, refiles, of course. But if they don't,
yeah, they will. Like they did with Karen Reed.
I imagine they would refile because I can't see them being allowed to let this go. Because think about that. If he's found innocent or a hung jury, let's say a hung jury, a mistrial, whatever, there's no way that the Gonsalves family is going to allow that just to lay there.
Right. Well, wasn't Steve also pushing the stalking narrative back in the beginning with the Wi-Fi shit and the cell phones and the internet?
Yeah. And then he said he read it wrong, which that's not acceptable to me.
Why was he telling us there was blood on a knife sheath?
No idea.
Which is true, but I mean that in and of itself should never have been spoken by him out loud. We shouldn't have known that then.
Yeah, I agree with Twiz. They'll retry him as long as they can until it just can't happen anymore. I think at this point, they're so deep into this that there's no way they won't. That's a good point. They're definitely never going to investigate anybody else on this, in my opinion.
No.
They will never look at anybody else.
No.
There's no way. Idaho citizens, you're wasting their tax dollars on both sides.
That Purge dude could hook up with Tommy Jude and actually find the killer, and they wouldn't go anywhere with it.
In a reflection, there might be a reflection outside the courthouse.
Oh my God, you guys! Jesus,
a reflection on a puddle shining on a car window.
You guys are nuts. I don't even know anymore what to think about how this would end if it would, and I feel bad because I feel like if Brian is found innocent, because there is nobody unless something comes out of this alternate suspect situation, which I have a very high doubt of. That Steve Gonsalves is not going to allow for this to just go to nothing. Okay. I don't see that happening. I don't see it being allowed to go to a nice cold case. A really cold case ever is he going to allow for that? And something bad I feel like could happen out of that. And that's just not good at all.
See, can I just say that it just clicked on me because of this comment about Steve G. Let me just say something, folks. There's something inherently wrong with him, I feel, in the pit of my stomach, because you're looking for justice for someone that took your daughter's life.
Mm-hmm.
And that justice should be fair-minded, and most importantly, it should be evidentiary-based and not be fucking wishy-washy. There should be no question who committed these crimes in the father's heart. He should see it. And when he's come forward and he's given us data that's turned out to be false, true justice means he needs to question it, and he's not doing that. And that's why I have a problem with Steve. I want whoever took his daughter's life to be executed straight out.
Yes.
But when the information that's been shared with him that he's then shared with the public, intentionally or not, is all false, every bit of it, the narrative around it is false. Not the fact that Hunter went in the house, but the narrative to why he went in the house. The connection to the Wi-Fi, that lie, trying to impugn him electronically, that's false. The other DNA samples suggesting it's all Brian, that's false. When does he seek justice for his daughter?
See, that's the problem, Sarge. I don't think at this point that it is justice. I think it's vengeance, not justice.
Yeah, vengeance.
I think you guys are headed in a good direction, because it is possible that, because if he's declared innocent, there is no follow-up trial. That's the end of it. There's double jeopardy.
Done.
So if this doesn't go their way, we have to look at the connections with Steve G and his brother and their history of hate in their background, and the way that those people react to situations is not typically to put a sandwich board and march down Main Street. He's somebody who,
Thank you, SRB.
by his own admission, likes to make his point known, and I would not be surprised to see him do some kind of
Why do you say his
violent
background?
act.
What's his background? Is he part of that crazy church around there?
I shared the picture earlier with the far right groups, let's say, the militant groups that are proliferated in Idaho. His brother was a speaker for the National Socialist Party in Idaho, and they shared an office in Coeur d'Alene. And I feel a lot of the things that he wears tells you what his opinion are. For instance, the firing squad T-shirts and the displays that they make. And not, when I say background, in Coeur d'Alene and neighboring areas, you have a large proliferation of these militias. And in my opinion, that is why you wear a white pointy hat, a cap. That cap is with the cross on it, is something I wouldn't even see a priest wearing. I couldn't even picture a priest wearing that to a baseball game. It's him making his opinions known without actually saying.
No, I just question. I only look at. I never did this in the very beginning, but is all of his statements added up to be untrue, and he just kept making them. Every time he came out and said something, he caused a shitstorm. And was he lying intentionally to keep the community on it? I don't think he had to do that. There was no reason any of us would have walked away if he didn't say anything, right? So then I just can't justify his behavior and his statements for justice for his daughter. And that really kind of is offensive maybe for me to say, but he's the one that's actually doing it, not me.
You see, he has the police as well, Sarge, whispering in his ears, we've got him, it's the right guy. It's like he wants to believe that. With all his heart, he wants to believe. And I think, maybe some of the stuff was maybe fabricated to keep attention on the case. If I was one of the other children's parents, I would be at his door telling him to shut up. Shut up, you're going to get the trial continued. Shut up. Just stop talking.
Well, it's been stated, Charlotte, it's been stated that some of the other members of the other families have said that they're not 100% sure it is him. So that's interesting to me.
Dana's mother. Mother.
Kara definitely made that statement. I've heard that there were others that stated, I can't find those. I haven't seen it. You know what I mean? But if that's true, that's quite interesting to me. That I, as a person, if I was somebody, one of the other parents, I'd be like, please let me speak for myself. Okay. Because I want to see it all. I'm not going to make a decision till I see it all. There's the point. So, nobody wants, they deserve and want real justice in this. All of them. They should want. Okay. Not just vengeance. I understand as a parent, I would be beyond angry. You couldn't even control me, but I would still want real justice, and putting somebody to death in front of a firing squad that had nothing to do with it is not justice. I'm sorry, it's not.
Well, I would tell the police, find some real evidence before you bring this guy to court.
Yes.
Find something that I can see. Give me something that somebody else can't turn that into a different type of story.
Yes,
Show me
ma'am.
evidence, and I'll be behind you 100%.
Thank you.
Don't show me a couple of skin cells on a knife sheet. Show me
Right.
his blood in the house. Who wants that blood on a handrail? Who I would want to know everything. Who
Whose
owns
blood is on the knife sheet?
Yeah, what is there blood on the knife sheet as well unidentified?
It's
Yeah.
yes, and oh, absolutely. There's many pieces of DNA that are unidentified.
Yeah, there's blood on a knife sheet, blood on a railing, blood on a glove. There's 3 samples underneath Maddie's fingernail.
And that's the other thing. Where's the other 30? Where's the other 30 samples of the fingernails? I'm sorry to interrupt.
What about the glove, the interior? Why didn't they swab the interior for transfer DNA from the hand that had the glove on?
I would be, if I was a parent anyway, I would want to know. Show me every one of these other DNAs. Go through all your family side or whatever.
We all suspect that someone knew these people that did this. And so those other DNAs, if they're connected to anybody that's close to those girls, should be prime suspects.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, DNA under somebody's fingernails at a crime scene, that's number one on any crime show. Anyway, that's number one.
Why did we only get one, Charlotte? Why did they only give us one, Maddie's fingernails, and nobody else's? Don't tell me nobody else had DNA on them besides her. I won't believe that. I just don't.
They're probably mixed samples because they're going to be mixed in with the other victim's blood as well, right? So, but the idea that evidence is not chased down to the last drop is insane.
No, it should be.
And that's what causes transfer DNA cases to get reversed.
Yeah.
You don't even got to prove your innocence in the case. You got to just show that the prosecution had other suspects that they didn't pursue. And the evidence that's available is DNA directly related to the crime scene. And that's enough to get a case like this overturned. It happened to Amanda Knox. It's happened to dozens of people that were convicted on transfer DNA.
Yes, absolutely has.
Unidentified male means you got more work to do, buddy. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I would, as a parent, I wouldn't be happy with the I wouldn't be happy with the policeman coming in and he telling me, I've got this guy now that's killed your daughter. I'd say, oh, brilliant. Thank you so much, officer. Now, what are you bringing to court? Well, we think we don't have any pings really. We lost the time and data, or we didn't get it in time, whichever version of events. We have a white car. It's on infrared, so people might be able to argue with that, but we're going with it. It's a white car.
Imagine, listen, just imagine this. Imagine that your girlfriend or boyfriend or husband or wife pinged your phone and knew you were in Washington, right? And then couldn't pick your phone up again until you're on your way back to Washington. And then she claims that she saw videos of a car like yours. That must mean you were out cheating on me. In other words, just turn their information in the PCA into an accusation by a significant other that you're cheating. And their evidence is what is in the PCA. You'd look at your significant other like, what the fuck have you been smoking?
Yeah.
You got random videos of some car that looks like mine, and you're claiming that I'm cheating on you. Really? Yeah. You got pings of me in Washington and pings of me coming back in the Washington and nothing in between but some car driving around. That isn't even me. How can you say that I was cheating on you on that evidence? And the bottom line is, can anybody accept that? Would you accept that as would you see that and say your partner's cheating on you? And I say, no. You'd say there's something mentally wrong with your partner.
Well, I would,
and that's what that's what they're using against Brian Kohlberger. Bullshit.
I would tell the police anyway. I hope you're going to find something real before you go to court with that. Because if you're telling me he did it, he's going to get off on that. Because if I was on that jury, I wouldn't convict him. So I hope to God you are going to bring something better to that court than what
I think the whole case falls apart instantly when Ann shows it started at 417, and the prosecution cannot contradict that.
No, and it can't be contradicted, Sarge. Whether you're right or wrong, I don't know. But that cannot be contradicted. It
cannot be contradicted. No. And if they can't contradict what the dog does, everybody loves dogs. Ain't nobody gonna be able to put Murphy on the fucking stand to contradict his behavior.
I wish.
Yeah.
That 417 is everything.
Yeah. Why would he bark for half an hour anyway when the whole house was silent at that stage?
But
there was nobody there.
Right. Didn't make any sound before that and stopped after 30 minutes of going crazy.
Yeah.
How do you place Brian Kohlberger? The dog is the tell. It's just like when you're playing cards. Everybody has what they call a tell. Their eyebrow, they'll move, they'll scratch their ear. They'll do something that lets you know they got a good hand. And that's when you just fold them. You can tell when your friends are like so there's a clue. That dog is an undeniable argument because of a thump, because of the sounds of a struggle, because of a whimper, because Bethany called. That big convolution of events happening so tightly together cannot be disputed. That's the first indication there was anything wrong in that home.
Yeah, because there's no facts that anything started any earlier than that. There's no facts whatsoever.
No, some people want to interpret stuff way earlier than that, 3 o'clock, 2. And listen, they're doing it based on stuff they found on the internet. But what I'm saying is in the court documents, all these other people's opinions are nowhere near this case. And the only evidence of a crime is that time.
There's some channels they're saying they were killed outside the house and they were transported back. Now, I do think the cops have twisted the evidence and twisted a narrative to suit what bits and pieces of half evidence they have. But I really don't think any policeman is going to say, not know the bodies were moved and to keep that all a big cover up. Why would they? Like, why would anybody cover up that the bodies were moved from the fight club to the house? It's just rubbish. That to me is rubbish.
Yeah, I don't believe any of that bullshit either. That's ridiculous. The sounds and stuff you're talking, I think that thud noise was a door slamming or a piece of furniture being thrown across the room, because you're not going to hear a body hit the floor from 50 feet away on the outside. Sorry, just you're not.
No, you're not. You're not. A body, like, I know it'll fall hard, but you wouldn't hear it on the camera that far away.
Look, I'm going to say to this. I'm pretty comfortable with my times and my analysis because there's nothing between 351 and 417 because there was nothing they could have put in there to solidify their timeline. They keep saying about 4 o'clock for a reason. Okay. And everything they say in this case is all some happy horse shit that you have to buy into their definition of what it means. And I don't want to buy into what it means. What does it mean when you hear a struggle, a thump, a whimper, and a dog going nuts at 417? It means something's going on. Okay.
Yeah, and
nobody can dispute that, right?
Right.
Show me something like that before 417. And if you can't, this entire case should never have gone to court.
Quiz, you're hearing my phone, my notification bell go off. That's what you keep hearing. Sorry, guys. Go ahead.
If that dog kept barking for a half an hour, to me, that means there's something continuing to go on.
Yes.
Because the dog is not just standing in a hallway barking to himself, like in a totally silent house.
What about Bethany contacting Dylan first? Now, people want to know, why did Bethany call Dylan?
Yeah.
Why not the other way around? Well, because Bethany heard something that made her panic and she called Dylan.
Yeah.
That confirms the 417 timeline. That's the exculpatory evidence that Bethany will provide to the court.
Yeah.
That's what I heard. Why did you call Dylan? Because of what I heard. What did you hear? I heard screaming. I heard fighting. I heard the dog barking. I heard. And what did you do? I called Dylan. Watch. That's why Ann says she's got exculpatory evidence. That's why Ann has brought up this timeline in front of the judge. And that's why Ann stated that dog barked from 417 for approximately 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
That's the case that she's got to defend Brian Koberger with. And I don't see how you can beat that case. I don't give a fuck how many pictures of a white car you got.
She made a point of saying that as well, where it wasn't even necessary. That the dog continued barking for a half an hour after that.
Right.
And it was an unnecessary statement. So she did say that for a reason.
Right. Go ahead, Kane.
I was gonna say I'll be right back, but that's cool. What was I gonna say? We know allegedly now who the DoorDash driver, this McMichael lady. Do we know what car the DoorDash driver was driving?
A red hatchback, from my understanding. That's what I heard.
A rented hatchback? Do we know color?
Red color. Color
okay,
red. Sorry. Cool. I don't know what it was, but a red hatchback is what we were told.
Did you see the thing that somebody posted when they were welcoming new drivers on Facebook from DoorDash? And it said McMichael, DoorDash driver since 2024. I'll try to find it.
No, I didn't see it. Somebody said it's a Subaru. Lou says it's Subaru. I heard that too. So a red hat Subaru hatchback. Could have been an Outback or something like that. I don't know.
Interesting. Okay. What was I going to say? Remember who was the person that made the statement about pitchforks and torches? And
Nope.
this is the mentality there. If you remember back when Steve G said that, this seems to be the medieval kind of approach that he's taking to this. And it's just like burn him without even looking around to see if it's anybody else. That doesn't seem to matter.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't see that changing. I can, for everything I've learned about the area anyway, and the associations that they all have, that would be a plausible result of an innocent verdict. Because
That's why I say vengeance and not justice is what's being sought, because that's what it sure as hell looks like to me, bro. It
I
sounds
agree.
like
It's worse than that. It's this prosecutor and the little clique of people that they're with, and the lawyers and the people they hang out with, that they're all got to be the big man of the group. And that crack smoking Santa Claus dude has never been the big man of anything unless he was a Boy Scout fucking captain or something. That's it. That guy just shouldn't be a prosecutor. He should have more sense to bring a case like this. He should have more sense than even to jump over to preliminary hearing, which we all know he did, because he would have lost. He would have lost his suspect in a preliminary hearing because they couldn't place Brian Koberger at that house with any evidence at all.
Well,
And still can't. 2.5 years later, they still can't do it.
I don't know anything about what preliminary hearings really are. The grand jury, because I'm in Ireland, it's totally different.
Okay,
But I do hear all you guys saying that grand jury will, like, they'll convict like a ham sandwich. That's the phrase I hear. But even at that, like, if it's that easy for a grand jury to give the conviction or whatever that word is, like, even they wanted more information at that. Like,
well, it's not supposed to be that way. It's the way the system has become, because Americans, like, the problem in the Idaho 4, forgetting the crime, are the people that have managed the crime, made the arrest, filled out the documents. That's our problem. It's those people. This town should not have had that kind of a murder happen. This town shouldn't have the crime that moves through it, because their law enforcement has been subjugated by stupidity and greed and ignorance, and it's all over the country like this. Our problem are the prosecutors, and their office. It's the police department that's ill-trained. It's all of it. And that needs, somehow the training needs to be fixed. These people are just, they think they're the law and I'm just some citizen. And that's the problem in our country. They think that they're above us as people, when they don't realize that they're on an equal level playing field with us, and they're there to protect us, and they need evidence to take away our freedom. That's why we have grand juries. The grand jury was to stop what used to happen in your country, where the king would decide a duke would make. No, but the King of England, if you had any wealthy people in Ireland and the king 200 years ago wanted to take that guy out, he would accuse him of malfeasance and then confiscate his stuff with no hearing.
Yeah.
And he would publicly destroy the people. Exactly what you're seeing here in America was exactly why the grand jury system was created, to prevent what you're seeing happening to Brian Koberger. That's why our system changed. We use basic English law here. But the things we put in place that are different than what happens over in Europe are to avoid what you're seeing happening to Brian Koberger. And yet it's all over the place. It happened to the Karen Reed. It happens with all of these trials. It's sad.
What they would have presented then in the grand jury, would that have been like the PCA? That was basically what they read to the grand jury.
They're also supposed to provide exculpatory evidence, which is evidence that shows the person likely did not commit the crime, if it's available to them.
Yeah,
they have to show both sides. That's what they're supposed to do.
And the twist of that as well, with the said that the DNA under her fingernails was inconclusive, but it wasn't. The defense.
Well, it's worse. They said that it was inconclusive, but you couldn't eliminate Brian from being a part of it.
Yeah,
which is false. That's not true. That's like looking up in the sky and saying, I can't conclude that to be a bird, but that could be a bald eagle. What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah,
that means it must be a bald eagle, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's why Anne went after that. She's rightly so, and the judge put an end to that. You can't say that. This DNA is inconclusive, but you can't exclude Brian from it. You can't exclude the president. You can't exclude the queen, the king. You can't exclude anybody then. That's what it means.
They twisted what they were
Yes.
actually, they just twisted.
And they
The
crush you. Yeah, in the court of public opinion, they just crush you as a person. Fucking sad. Anyway, I'm going to shut up.
And when is the hearing then? Tomorrow? Is it all private, Dago?
No. I think the morning part is redacted. They're blacked out. They're not gonna have that. But then I think it 12:30 it said, or 2:30 their time. I think that's how it went. I'll be live with it either way. The second half of it's gonna be out televised or streamed. I'm sorry, not televised.
And the part that's been televised, which part is sealed and which part what will to be talking about?
Probably the continuance side to it is the side that we're going to see. The part about the other suspects, we'll have nothing to do with that at all. They won't show us any of that.
Right.
No, there you go. I got an idea to raise some money.
Uh-oh.
Come on, Sarge.
Here's what I propose we do. On any given day that Dago can open his channel to stream on could be any topic. I'll come on that stream. And if anybody can accurately count the amount of times I swear during that stream, okay, I'll put $1 up, 50 cents to the stream and 50 cents to the person that counts the swears accurately.
50 pence? You mean 50 quid?
No,
guys, I want you to piss him off and make him swear all over the place.
That'll be $1. That'll be put the $1 in the swear jar, but the stream gets half and the person that counts it correctly gets half.
There you go.
So careful not to swear on poor Dago's stream.
Are you? Come on now.
Oh, I don't mind.
Find other languages now to swear in.
You could throw one of those $75,000 checks in too if you wanted to.
Oh, no, I'd rather not.
I imagine. This is the case summary here. It says hearing scheduled 12:30 p.m. The judicial officer was obviously judge. That's the motion to continue, not sealed. And motion to alternate perpetrators is sealed. So it starts at 12:30 their time. And I believe the second half is supposedly around 2:30 or so. That's what you said earlier, right, Kane?
Around 2:15, I think it was, yes. I'm going to start at 2 or 1:30 probably just to get, because I have a reel and stuff I want to play.
So I'll be running the motion to continue, the part that's not sealed, and the other half, obviously, I can't. So,
and he won't.
You know what? I'm sorry, Charlotte. You know what Ann Taylor did? Sorry, this lasagna is so good. In the last hearing, after they came out of the sealed hearing part, is she revealed some details from the sealed hearing in the open hearing. So it'd be interesting to see if she did that in this one. That'd be nice.
That's what I'm kind of hoping for.
Yeah. Fingers crossed applesauce.
Yes, sir.
So, all right, I'm going to go. I got the lady here to do the thing. So thank you for having me, Dago.
What is she doing? Where's she, a masseuse? What do you got? What do you mean a lady to do what?
She's pulling my weeds. Then she's going to clean my house. You know.
Yeah. Okay. Good cover.
Take care, Kane. Thanks for joining us, bud.
There goes a couple $100.
I'll see you guys.
Goodbye, mister.
He's going to purge.
Purge his garden.
He's going to purge.
So at that point, guys, like I said, this is thank you for being here, Jesse. I appreciate that. I didn't get to say that earlier. I don't know. I guess before we get out of here, Sarge and Charlotte, do you guys? Oh, what? I wasn't ending that fast. You. Oh,
on you, Dago.
Now he knows what he's doing. We've been going back and forth.
I see it. It's like a little competition with the two of you.
It is. He's always done this. I wasn't leaving yet, but you go ahead and pop off there, Sarge. I wanted to ask you a question actually about what your thoughts were tomorrow about whether it was going to be continued or whatever, but that's okay. Go run away.
Will he make a decision tomorrow, Dago? No.
I don't know if he's going to, but I know that they're going to be discussing it. I'm wondering how it's going to go. But he thinks it'll be continued. So that's his statement there.
Yeah, I don't really see that he's much choice but to continue it, to be honest. Like, much as he's not wanted, but I think
he needs to do something, Charlotte. I mean, with everything that's happened thus far, there's got to be, and if they don't, then I have a feeling there's going to be a motion to pull the death penalty again. I'm just saying.
Yeah, well, yeah. I don't think they're going to give him that done. No way. I just don't
No,
think.
no.
And in fairness, who did do it, this crime deserves the death penalty. Even though we
Yes,
don't have
ma'am.
it,
Absolutely
deserves
does.
it. Well, I hope Harsh didn't book his flights for Idaho. He's going over for the trial.
Mm-hmm.
I hope he didn't book his flights now, because I don't know what way that'll work.
Yeah, that would
He
that would
has it,
suck.
B&B and everything.
I was surprised to hear that he was flying over just for that, but hey, it's
Yeah,
gonna
it's
be.
a journey. He's not far from me. Well, he's in a different country, but like a lot closer to me than you.
Well, you guys are like in Europe, like a lot closer than we are over here, state-wise, in some senses.
Yeah.
You know?
Although I'm heading that way. I'm heading to Florida. I was in New York last March, and I'm heading
Okay,
this March with my mum.
gotcha. So you're going to Florida. Be careful down there. That's for sure. It'll be
Tampa.
nice and warm.
Oh, I can't wait. Yeah, it was freezing in
Where,
New York.
whereabouts in Ireland are you?
The southeast, Wexford.
Wexford. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Beautiful country. The whole country is beautiful. I love it. My wife is from there. Her family.
Oh,
Yeah, they're absolutely. Some of her, I think her grandparents actually came here and started over here, and then they go back. They were going back and forth for a while until they passed. So
and what part do you go, if you can say?
I don't know. That's why I was asking you, because I'm gonna ask her if she can.
Oh,
My mother-in-law actually lives with us too. She knows. I'll ask her, and then maybe we can
yeah.
come together and figure out who was close to who.
Yeah.
But yeah,
It's
Alicia
like
said.
a
Alicia
preacher
said her county is
country.
Wexford. So, what do you? So, do you think they're going to be continuing at Charlotte, or do you think
Yeah,
that it's? Yeah,
I think so.
gotcha.
I don't
I kind of think you will
long,
too.
maybe 6 months. I don't know what they'll be allowed to do. Like, but
I don't know if it'll be that far out, but I think he'll give it at the very minimum at least a month, and maybe max 3 months. That's my thought on it.
oh. Well, I
But yeah,
go.
I could be wrong.
No, yeah, you're probably a lot more right than me, Dago, because you know the system better over
Well,
there than what I do. Like here,
honestly,
the solicitor asks, we call it an adjournment, not a continuance.
yeah,
And
right.
why I'm thinking it will be is because if you go to court here and your solicitor or your lawyer asks for a continuance or an adjournment, it's more or less you will be granted it. Like,
Gotcha. Interesting.
you know,
Interesting.
you don't
Jesse's
like.
saying that if he refuses to acknowledge the issues, can't the defense just claim ineffective counsel? I was wondering that. That's a good point, Jesse. I would imagine they could. If he doesn't acknowledge all the issues that are going down at some point, yeah, they can. And then in turn, I imagine that they can try and have him removed. Okay. I mean, I think it would go up to the Supreme Court level, I would imagine, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. And they can also use that in appeal. If it were to go through and everything goes through, then they can use that in appeal as far as ineffective counsel and other issues too. So Miss Heather says no continuance. We'll see. I mean, I hope something happens. This needs to be like cleared up, folks. Things need to start going in the right direction. And like, God forbid, if nothing else, Brian needs a true and real fair trial, period. Which I've said many times. I don't think he's going to get being in that state, period. But that's my opinion. And I hope something happens in that aspect. So, Jesse, thank you for joining me. Go ahead.
Let you say goodbye to your people there by yourself.
No worries. No worries. Thank you for joining me, Charlotte. I always appreciate
No,
it.
thanks so much for having me again, Dago. I'm really enjoying it.
Absolutely. I adore having you up here. I love it. I love listening to what you have to say. Very very intellectual and very intelligent stuff. I love it, Charlotte. Thank you so much.
Well, not very, but I do my best. I'm a good actress. There you go.
Well, from being on the other side of the pond, as I call it, over that way, you seem to know enough to be able to make some sense, and we appreciate you very much. So thank you.
Well, I tell you who who I used to love listening to was I think she was on your show a few times, was the lady called Golf Inspector.
Oh, we missed her. Yeah, God bless her.
Yeah, it was so sad to hear she died. She really had such a place in true crime. Such a lovely lady.
Yeah, Golf Inspector was amazing. She did make some very good points. She was very smart.
Yeah.
She looked into things, and we do miss her. I think we all across multiple communities here miss her in a lot of ways. So rest in peace, Golf Inspector. We loved you.
You kicked me out there, Dago, because I just don't know how to.
Absolutely, no problem, dear. Thank you again, Charlotte, for joining us. Appreciate you very much. Kane, thank you, brother, for being up here, putting your 2 cents in. Jesse, you always know, always, my door's always open to you. And Sarge, of course, kiss my ass. I love you. But, yeah, Golf passed away. Guys, how long ago was that? How long ago was it that Golf passed? It was probably, 6 months, you guys? I think, roughly. But, yeah, she did pass, Jesse, sadly. It was a surprise, just like Wisdom was, you guys. It was very sad. Those are 2 people that we're always going to remember here within this platform. Both amazing ladies, both very smart, and both just amazing. I can't even speak any higher of them than I can, guys. They're just both amazing people that will be very, very sadly missed. So, guys, thank you so much for joining us today. I want to thank my Blue crew for being here and handling things as you always do in such amazing ways. Everybody that joined me on panel today for this pre-hearing discussion, I appreciate you guys. I'll be here live streaming this tomorrow. I'll put it up on my community page and so on and so forth when I get the exact time down that I'll be in here. I'll probably be here about a half hour before it starts, maybe a little more, just so we can get ready and roll in so we don't miss nothing. And I don't know if you'll see me tonight or not. Depends on what my boss lady says to me. So much love, everybody, guys. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change nothing. You guys are the beautiful people. I appreciate each and every one of you so very much. Thank you to anybody that may have donated to the stream today. God bless. We never expect it, but I always appreciate it. And once again, thank you to my Blue crew. God bless, and I love you guys. Couldn't do without you, and I will see you soon. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye now. See you soon.
Coffee black like the sins in my mind. Sitting here where the lost souls unwind. Blood stains on the counter never fade. This is where the guilty come to trade. True Crime Cafe, where the secrets spill. Every cup's a confession, every shot could kill. Underneath the neon lies a dark valley. Dancing with our demons at True Crime Cafe. The barista's got tattoos of broken dreams. Eyes like a crime scene torn at the seams. The jukebox plays a dirge for the damned. In this twilight world where nothing is planned. True Crime Cafe, where the secrets spill. Every cup's a confession and every shot could kill. Underneath the neon lies a dark valley. Dancing with our demons at True Crime Cafe. The coffee's bitter like a lover's last fight. The air's electric in the neon light. A place where lies and truth collide. Order a double shot and swallow your pride. Smoke curls up like whispers from the grave. No redemption here, no soul to save.